the Minister, Honorable Minister Dilil, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Deputy Minister, Honorable Kiwit, and your team from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I'm not sure if we were able to get hold of the chairperson of the committee, or I mean of the NSOP, as part of the executive authority. But if he's not here, I think we will deal with the matter as we go on, because already we have members who have indicated that they have some commitment. Chairpersons of a select committee on public works and infrastructure and the portfolio committee on public works and infrastructure from both houses, you are also welcome together with your members. The co-chairperson, the whip of the Joint Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, you're also welcome, honorable members. There are also two members that Cindy have indicated that they have requested to be part of the meeting, but not ready to decisions, but they have an interest on the subject matter that we're dealing with. I hope they have been allowed to come in, because it's a public meeting, and as members they can join us and come in. I see the hand of Honorable Kenny. I'm not yet through in opening. Is that a point of order, Honorable Mimang?
Thank you, Chair. Just to
Kennedy?
To convey the apology of Honorable Landsman, who's having a bereavement in the family. Thank you. But also that Honorable Dango at 11:30 will be leaving us for consultation. Thank you. Okay.
I thought we'll deal with those apologies when we get there, but that of, can you lower your hand, please? That of Honorable Landsman, I think as the committee, as members of Parliament, we want to send our sincere condolences to the family and the friends and the community that he was serving in Northwest. We really are with them in our prayers, and we hope that the family find refuge under the arm of our Lord. Honorable Hadebe, we are not on the apologies.
No, I'm not on the apology. Yes, I see the name consultants there, on the people who are attending. So I think that we must be explicit who are those people. Thank you.
Okay. Cindy and the team, can you help us so that we don't waste more time?
Yes, Chairperson. The DPW had also indicated that there would be some consultants joining. Let me just double check for you. But we will also go onto the chat and ask them to identify themselves by name, and then I'll filter it through to you, Chair.
Okay. I think as a norm, everybody who joins here, even before you admit them, they must identify themselves so that you know who you admit or you allow to be part of the meeting, even though it's a public meeting, but like members for our record purposes and also for the smooth running of the meeting, to please identify yourselves. And I'll also request members, as you speak, please switch on your videos if possible, but if your network is giving you a problem and you cannot switch on your video, please indicate so that we are not frustrating the media houses that are broadcasting this meeting. and Parliament communications. You are requested to please cooperate with them. And I'm going to request that members must not forget what we have discussed last week. The meeting of today is as a result of the discussions that we had last week. It's a continuation of last week's meeting. So we are not going to start afresh on issues, but we are going to start where we left off and look into the resolutions and the directives that were given to specific people to deal with. Can you please flag the agenda again? I don't know if members, all of you, have you received the agenda or have you seen the agenda? Cindy, can you flag it again?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Can we deal with apologies? I know we have dealt with apologies, but I was not on that item yet.
Yes, Chairperson, we've received apologies from members Lonton Boshop of the Select Committee, from Mayor Lakude of the Joint Standing Committee, and also an apology from the Speaker who has suffered a bereavement, so she's unable to attend.
Okay. Thank you. I think one can note the apologies and also the apology of Honorable Singh, which has requested to be excused at 11:30.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. That reminds me, Minister DeLille also has to leave at around 12.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We note those apologies, and members will be having enough time to talk to the issues that has made us to be here today to meet. I'm now
Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, excuse me, it's Honourable Mazzoni. I'm afraid I'm in an area of very bad signal, so you'll only see a picture of me. Madam Chairperson, if you'll please just accept my apology to also leave at 11, also for a bereavement that I need to attend to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mazzoni. And condolences to all members who are experiencing this challenges of bereavement. I know it's not easy, but then we also appreciate your presence to be here. Who's calling for my attention again?
Chairperson, it's Dango. Just to say, I would be leaving at 11:30.
Oh, Honourable Dango.
Thank you.
At what time?
I would also be leaving at 11:30. I think Honourable Moyman had alerted before, but it was not the time when you were taking apologies. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable members, I think the hands, I'll be relying on you to drive the meeting. We hear that many members have commitments and would love to have majority of members to be part of this meeting, to participate, because their inputs are valued, and we want the members to really engage with the matters on the agenda. So please help us to drive the ship. Can we then go to the consideration? Oh no, the minutes. Can we jump the minutes as we adopt the agenda? Can I get a person who's going to adopt, a member who's going to adopt the agenda, but recommending that we don't consider the minutes of the 4th of January 2022 for now. We put it maybe as the last item. That's my proposal. Can I hear from members? Okay. Who's calling for my attention?
Honourable Tim supports.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Tim. There's another person who called for my attention.
Honorable Gwakube, Chairperson, calling for the adoption.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are now going to the opening remarks by the Executive Authority of Parliament. Is the chairperson of the NCOP in already? Cindy, is the chair in? Not yet.
The chairperson is not yet on the platform, Chair.
Okay, we'll skip that one. Can we then go to the opening remarks by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Tilil?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Please accept my best wishes for 2022. I hope it's going to be a productive year for all of us. Also, Chairperson, thank you for accepting my apology to leave.
This is the popular.
Accept my apology at 12 o'clock.
So, I'm sorry, Minister. I see a hand of Honorable Mazzoni. I don't know if she wants to speak before you, or is that a point of order?
No, not at all.
Honorable
It was an old hand, Chairperson. It was just when I gave my apology. I apologize and I'm taking it down.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for also accepting my apology to leave at 12. Honorable Deputy Minister Kivit will remain until the end of the meeting, and also the Acting Director General. Honorable Chair, I do notice that we've got time constraints, so without wasting any time, I will give over to the Acting Director General, Imtiaz Faisal, to do the presentation to the honorable members, and thereafter we will be ready to take any questions. I must also apologize that on the meeting of the 4th, we were not able to deal with all the questions, but this time around, Chairperson has sent us all of those questions, and they will all be answered today. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Mr. Faisal? Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Co-Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, Co-Chairperson, honorable members of the respective committees. All protocol observed. Chairperson, what we'll be doing on slide 2 is to cover 3 areas. Is the continuation of last week's meeting and to ventilate on the 10 questions provided by the committee to ourselves last week, Friday, the 7th, and they relate to the fire incidents in March 2021 and January 2022. Then we will move on to an additional request regarding a BDO report, and then we'll move on to a specific request to deal with a topical issue relating to the insurance of buildings, state-owned buildings in particular. Chairperson, I'll be assisted by the Chief Director of our Prestige Unit, Mr. Mzwandile Sazona, our Deputy Director General responsible for construction projects, Batu Mokotu, and finally by Tembeka Kulele, who is our Director of Projects responsible for projects in the Parliamentary Precinct. Moving on to slide 3, Chairperson. In slide 4, I want to give a summary of the respective questions received by the department. First of all, we were required to provide the implementation of recommendations emanating from the investigation into the March 2021 fire incident, and then also to provide the inspection reports relating to the last inspection conducted prior to the 2021 as well as 2022 incidents. Thirdly, the last fire equipment report issued before each of these incidents. Fourth, any video evidence or photographic images available with respect to damage to infrastructure. Fifth, a full report on the status of all the fire hydrants and hoses, fire panels, smoke and fire detectors and sprinkler systems, and fire systems as a whole. And then, Chairperson, number 6 and 7 relate to Parliament and the SEPs, so I'll skip those. And number 8 is a report on whether all service providers are vetted to ensure security competence. 9 is to report on alternative venue proposals and business continuity as a result of the fire to provide the relevant accommodation to Parliament. And finally, a report on the multidisciplinary engineering team we've appointed to assess the damage So, Chairperson, on that note, I'll call upon my first speaker, is Tembeka Kulele. She's the head of construction projects in Cape Town, responsible for the parliamentary precinct. She'll deal with the first range of questions. Thank you, Chairperson. Tembeka, over to you, and we start on slide 5.
Thank you, Acting DG, and good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister NDM, and Honorable members and my colleagues. I'm going to just go to the first question that we had received. This question was with regards to the recommendations from the investigation into the March 2021 fire incident. Chairperson, I would like to confirm that the recommendation was to restore the buildings after the electrical fire fault that was found. A fire was reported in the old assembly building in Parliament Precinct during the evening of 16 March 2021. The final investigation report was presented, and the South African police indicated that the cause of the fire was an electrical fault, that no foul play was found. When the South African police investigations were concluded, the DPW technical team was granted permission to conduct a thorough assessment of the damages caused by the fire. We then did some work to address the temporal roof repairs. We also fixed the faults that were found on the fire hydrants. We made some repairs to the sprinkler systems, and the draining of water was also undertaken in the basement area. This was due to the water that was coming from the sprinkler systems. Proof of this work is available and is described in the following slides. Final reports with cost estimates were submitted. This is on the restoration project on the 30th of May for the registration of the project and the funding request, so that we can process it internally within the department, and that was concluded in March 2021. To expedite the project implementation, a decision was taken to utilize the departmental professional team to compile the tender document to save time on the procurement of the consultants. Now, to enhance the approach to heritage conservation, the only consultant that was required is a specialist heritage consultant, as a condition that was stipulated by SARA. I will apologize, Chairperson, with the spelling. It's SARHA. Oh, it's actually correct. My apologies. The project was added to the approved procurement plan before the procurement of the service providers. That was on the 29th of November 2021. The procurement of the service providers was to commence after the compulsory builder shutdown. It was envisaged that the contractor would be on site in March 2022. But now this will not proceed due to the incident that occurred on the 2nd of January 2022. Next slide, please. Now, the second question that we have received is with regards to the inspection reports relating to the last inspections prior to the 2021 and the 2022 incident. We're also just going to address the City of Cape Town's Fire Department report, which was indicating the 2020 report and the 2021 pre-Sona fire inspection report and the release of the 2022 fire report. The inspections and the certificates are part and parcel of the maintenance requirements that are performed in the precinct. As part of the Sona preparations, the precinct buildings are assessed by the fire department of the City of Cape Town for bylaws relating to community safety. These inspection reports are provided to identify and address deficiencies before the event could take place. Now, we have to also, we've put a note in this presentation to say the overdue servicing of the sprinkler system was not raised in the 2020 and the 2021 Cape Town Fire Department pre-Sona reports. DPW may not speak on the 2022 report, as this is relating to the active investigation. Once the servicing was completed, the DPW, or once servicing is completed, DPWI submits the maintenance certificates to the relevant authority. This authority is Prof Joint ahead of Sona. The City of Cape Town is part and parcel of the members of Prof Joints. This is the procedure that is followed ahead of the this was followed on the 2019 February and June Sona, and also on the 2020 and 2021 Sona events. The department can confirm and provide evidence that the maintenance of the fire safety equipment, the HVAC systems, gas installations, lifts, generators, and certificates of compliance are available. Security systems and the fire evacuation drill is carried out annually. Maintenance certificates from January 2021. Chair, I'm struggling with my. I'm struggling a little bit. My apologies. I'm struggling a little bit with my screen. Okay. Gobas, can I ask you to just lift the screen at the bottom? Okay. My apologies, Chair. A maintenance certificate for January 2021 and November 2021, we can confirm that all fire safety equipment is in good working order. We have certificates that are reflected as such. This was both for the National Assembly and the old Assembly buildings. The next slide, please. The third question that was raised to the department is whether the inspection reports, thank you, Gobas, the inspection reports relating to the last inspection prior to the 2021 and the 2022 incident. The annual maintenance certificates for National Assembly and Old Assembly confirm that all fire safety equipment is in good working order, as well as all parliamentary buildings that were assessed. Now, this week, we was confirmed in 20.
On the milestones,
Co-chair, please mute your mic. Thank you. Continue. Apologies about that, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. We just extracted the screenshots of the certificates that are confirming what we are reporting, Chairperson, in this platform. Now in March 2021, an electrical fault in the old assembly building that resulted in the fire. The sprinkler systems activated to reduce the fire damage, but caused water damage on the lower floors. And I think we have reported previously on this incident. The sprinklers and other fire safety systems were subsequently repaired after the fire. We reported that in April, we did some repairs on the sprinkler systems. In August, we also did some repairs, and we completed some repairs as well in October 2021. And these were confirmed to be operational. In November 2021, maintenance of fire safety equipment was also undertaken to begin to prepare for the 2022 Sona. The annual maintenance certificate arising from the November 2021, my apologies, work again confirms that all fire safety equipment is in good working order. Chairperson, we're just confirming here that with all the inspections that have been carried out, we have these certificates that are confirming that the equipment is in safe and in good working order. Next slide, please. In terms of the next question, next slide, Gobas. Thank you. The previous one, thank you very much. Thank you. There was a question with regards to the last fire equipment report issued before one of each of these incidents, which is the March 2021 and the January 2022. We can confirm, Chairperson, that the work was carried out on the sprinkler system. In fact, the sprinkler system activated in March, and we can also, this is in the old assembly, we can also confirm, Chairperson, that we had replaced the activated sprinkler heads and recommissioned with the valve on. This is on the old assembly roof void sprinklers. In April 2021, we carried out some repairs to the leaking fire line with a valve on in the old assembly basement bookstore. And then in April 2021, we replaced the gongs on the sprinkler system. This is on the roof void of the old assembly. For the National Assembly, it was not applicable because the fire was only confined to the old assembly and no repairs were required following the 2021 fire incident. So we're just looking at the two buildings, the old assembly and the National Assembly for this particular slide. On the fire hydrants, in January 2021, we conducted the annual service and this was confirmed that the fire hydrants were in good working order. In April and May 2021, we repaired the leaking fire line with a valve on. In November 2021, we carried on with our annual servicing and this was confirmed to be in working order. On the National Assembly, in January, we actually conducted our annual service and it was in good working order. In April 2021, we replaced some rubber seals on the hydrant booster. And then in August and November 2021, we conducted some repairs on the leaking fire line with the valve on. In November 2021, the annual service was also conducted and it was in good working order. On the fire hose reels, we did some work on January 2021. This was our annual service. And in November also, we conducted the annual service, which was also confirmed to be in good working order. This is the same with the National Assembly. On the fire extinguishers, we actually did some work in January and in November. This was our annual service and it was confirmed to be good in good and working order. This is for the old assembly and the National Assembly. Now on the fire panels, we are taking this incident because it supersedes all the other services that we had done. That on the fire panels, after the 20th of December 2021, there was a power outage incident in Cape Town CBD, and the fire detection panels were reset and were fully functional on the 21st of December, I beg your pardon, when the power was restored. The next slide, please. Now, this slide, we are actually focusing on the issue of the sprinkler. The question there was the report on the fire equipment, which was issued before the incident. We do understand that there's a report that indicates that the sprinkler system was last serviced in 2017. And when we were conducting our investigations or our review with the consultants, they had erroneously, with the reports that they have submitted to the department, they have erroneously reported that the sprinklers were serviced annually rather than every 3 years. Multi-QS was unable to locate evidence of the service records for the 2020, which was supposed to be conducted by ACAS Facilities Management Solutions, who is our service provider that was appointed for the precinct. We do note that there were repairs. There were repair works to the sprinkler systems in the old assembly, and they were conducted after the March fire 2021 incident. And the sprinklers were repaired and confirmed to be operational during the 2021 maintenance work that I depicted above. The systems were tested and the valve was reported to be left in an open position. Chairperson, the site is subject to an active investigation, so DPWI may not comment further on this item. However, we can confirm in this platform that DPWI is reviewing the evidence of works and will implement consequence management if the necessary 3-year servicing has not been undertaken. The next slide, please. On this slide, there was a request if the department can provide any video or photographic images of the damage to the infrastructure. Chairperson, like I indicated on the previous slide, the site is an active crime scene and the investigation into the fire is being led by the Hawks and it's ongoing. In consultation with the Hawks, we are not permitted to share any video or photographic imagery of the fire affected buildings. All evidence related to the fire event has been made available to the investigating officers. Next slide, please. This slide, Chairperson, it's related to there was a request for us to give a full report on the status of the fire hydrants and the whole fire hose reels, the fire panels, smoke and fire detectors, and the sprinkler system prior to 2021. We've already reported on these items on the previous slides. the February 2021 annual maintenance certificates and certificates following the November 2021 assessment for the National and the Old Assembly buildings. They confirm that all fire safety equipment is in good working order for both buildings. And Chairperson, this slide is the same as slide number 9, so I'm not going to go through these items again. With your permission, Chair. The next, thank you, ma'am. With the next question, there was a question with regards to whether or not all service providers are vetted to ensure security requirements are met, and also that we needed to confirm that if they are able to perform the work that they were appointed for. Chairperson, we can confirm that all service providers are vetted by the State Security Agency, which is SSA, prior to the appointment to ensure that all security requirements are met. SSA then issues a security clearance certificate to confirm security competence of the company. When the company failed this competence, Chairperson, that company does not proceed further in terms of the award or the appointment by the department. We can also confirm, Chairperson, that all service providers go through the process of evaluation to verify the information submitted for the bid. The process often includes a risk assessment to evaluate if the bidder is suitable to perform the work for the specific project. This is for all projects, but specifically to the precinct, this is also applicable. Next slide, please.
Yes, thank you, Tembeka.
Yes,
I believe the next slide, we'd like to call Mzwandile, Chairperson, with your permission. Mzwandile Sazona is our head of prestige. He's looking at business continuity for the parliamentary precinct. Mzwandile, over to you.
Thank you very much, DG, and to the chairperson and the members of the committee. I'm not sure whether my picture is on the screen. I can't see myself, but my apologies if my picture is not reflecting on the screen, Chair. The department has created a business continuity task team, which is led by myself, and also have members of parliament focusing on to ensure that the business of parliament continues to work. We are focusing on 3 areas: to ensure that members of parliament and the presiding officers whose offices have been affected are accommodated in alternative offices. Parliament is looking at this, and some of the members has been moved, and some will be moved into offices of officials. However, Public Works, through the letter that we've received from the acting secretary to Parliament, Public Works is looking at alternative accommodation for those members. We are also assisting Parliament where we are required to ensure that plenary sessions in the National Assembly, which was supposed to be in the National Assembly, continues. So we're looking at alternative venues there, such that Parliament has agreed that the State of the Nation address will be at the Cape Town City Hall. However, the question and reply session and the budget speech, we are investigating as to how we can support Parliament to that effect. We have received the request, as I said, Chairperson, from the acting secretary for us to look for alternative accommodation. However, we are still waiting for Parliament to give us further details of the size of the spaces that are required. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mzwandile. Chairperson, I'm moving on to the 10th item, which is the engineering assessment on slide 17. And in this regard, the department appointed a multidisciplinary team of internal professionals, and they comprise of electrical, structural, mechanical, architectural, as well as QS professionals. They assembled quite early last week and Monday on the 3rd to assess the extent of the damages. However, they were only able to first gain access to the site, and very briefly as well on the 4th, which was on Tuesday, and then again on the 5th and the 6th, which was last week, Thursday. And they were able to then conduct some sort of visual assessment. And in this regard, they found that the National Assembly was unsafe and accordingly advised us to declare it unsafe. And in this regard, we then further communicated with the Acting Secretary of Parliament to inform her of these developments and to cordon off the area. So, Chairperson, what we are currently doing is that we are underway with engaging the structural engineers to enable safe access to allow investigations to take place and also to assess the damages. And moving on to slide 17, we have embarked on an SCM process to appoint forensic experts to assist us with this particular project and provide an independent view with respect to the integrity of the burn structures, to determine their safety, as well as to assist the police to continue with their investigations with respect to access to particular areas, and then finally to assess the extent of the fire damage and provide a preliminary cost in this regard. We hope, and we're working towards the conclusion of that SCM process on the 14th, which is today. And Chairperson, I'd also like to mention that Parliament has since made a request to the department to also assess the remaining buildings as an assurance to ensure that the remaining buildings unaffected by the fire are safe for occupation. So we are going to include that in the scope of work as well. Moving forward from there, Chairperson, on the next slide, we are going to now move over to the so-called BDO report. And I'd like to hand over to Zwandile to give a background of parliamentary projects, which will serve as a context for explanation as to what this report is about. Zwandile, over to you.
Thank you very much, DG, and the members of Parliament. I need to mention, on the 30th of October 2019, we presented to this committee and provided a report on the refurbishment projects that we are doing in Parliament. I just want to give this background against the fact that we have been, as Public Works, we have been over a period of years, since the 4th and the 5th Parliament.
Maybe you can switch off your video if it's disturbing your network.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have been, over a number of years, been implementing some projects in Parliament since the 4th Parliament.
DG, there's something serious there.
Yeah.
Chairperson, I noted that somebody else's mic was open, but they've since closed it. So I believe we'll be okay now.
Yeah. Okay, because there's an echo that is really disturbing. We can't hear what he's saying.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I've switched off my video. I think someone was opening a video or his video on the other side. Chair, the Old Assembly is one of the oldest buildings in Parliament, which is about 100 years. And the National Assembly was also was opened in 1987. Chair, over the years, we have been maintaining Parliament through the day-to-day maintenance and doing some upgrades. However, Chair, we realized on the 4th and 5th Parliament that there needs to be some upgrade of a lot of the buildings in Parliament because of the aging infrastructure and because of the number of people that have increased in Parliament and the departments that have been increased. We as a department, we intervene through various projects that we have implemented. Members that have been in Parliament in the 4th and 5th Parliament would testify to the fact that Parliament has been, over a period of years, has been a construction site. Chair, it was through these kind of interventions that we systematically try to put through and making sure that Public Works, Parliament is compliant with all the latest SEN standards through the projects that we have been implemented. I will, Chair, take you through the projects that we have implemented over a period of years, which we have presented in this committee. Next slide. These are some of the major projects, Chair. The Marx building, which was completed in 2019. The scope of work of that project was to ensure that there is a replacement of the roof, waterproofing, repair of sandstones, and replacement of windows and repair of the windows and the cooling system and the cooling towers. The NCOP building, Chair, which was completed in 2021, which has taken some kind of time, and DG will talk on the slides where this was one of the reasons that we created, we commissioned our internal audit to do investigation on how the delays on the projects, and this was prompted, Chair, by the Speaker of Parliament, which has wrote a letter to the Minister to request why there is an overrun on budget This is one of the projects that have taken a long time for us to do. However, Chair, it was necessary for us to ensure that building is compliant. Scope of work of that building was to ensure that the HVAC system, electrical and electrical installations are up to standard, and replacement of the redundant floors, and the air conditioning. It's energy efficient. We install an energy efficient system there, and then the ninth.
Sorry, just a moment, Mzwandile. I've just received a request that they've checked your network is full. It's fine. They are that you open your video, and they established that the problem was not from your side. It was from somebody who was doing something dual connection. If you can open your video, that's a request, please.
I've opened it, Chair. I'm not sure whether.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. If you have opened, it's fine. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the 90 plane, Chair, on the 6th floor, we did the total redesign and refurbishment of that floor. However, Chair, as I go along, you'll see that on the 90 plane, we also have a project where we'll be doing the 8th to the 14th floor, which currently is being occupied by the Rural Development, the DEED's office. These all, Chair, and in that building, Chair, one of the challenges that we have is the air conditioning system. And if member can recall, there was a year where the employees of the DEED's office didn't want to get into offices because that office was non-compliant in terms of the Department of Labor. That is one. Those are kind of offices of projects that we are going to undertake when that building is given to Parliament. Can we move over? Can you go on the next slide? Similarly, again, Chair, in 90 plane, we had to do the refurbishment and modernization of our lifts, 8 passenger lifts and one goods lift. And in 100 Plain Street, Chair, we had to do the external repairs and renovations and redesign of that building, and to ensure that building is converted into the permit office. Chair, these are projects that
We've lost you, Mzwandile. Kobus, we have lost Mzwandile. I can't hear him. Is it only me? Can members hear?
No, we can't hear him.
None of us can hear. We can't hear him.
There's a problem of audio now.
Chairperson, I'll take over.
Okay. You take over?
Yes, thank you very much, Minister and Chairperson. I'll take over. Chairperson, what we essentially trying to sketch on this section of the presentation is that we've had a number of projects in Parliament to ensure continued maintenance and the quality of the buildings. But some of the concerns we've had, these projects were running over budget, and many of them were running out of time as well. And there was a need then, if I move on to the next slide, Kobus, is that the context of the ongoing parliamentary projects is that given that we had these project overruns and budget overruns, the Speaker and the Minister in consultation commissioned an audit to be undertaken with respect to our project management of parliamentary projects. And as a consequence, our internal audit unit then appointed a company from their panel of service providers to conduct this audit. And the company appointed was BDO Advisory. This BDO report was concluded during October 2020 and presented to the Department and Parliament on the 26th of November and disseminated to the Secretary of Parliament on the 27th of November 2020. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure then also since shared this report with the Speaker, with a new Speaker, I should say, on the 28th of September 2021. Now, Chairperson, what happened was the BDO report made 30 findings within the areas of construction, project management, financial management, and contractor management, among others. And 3 incidental findings were made with respect to fire-related aspects which are dealt with below. So, Chairperson, I'd like to bring in our DDG for Construction Project Management to look at what those 30 findings were and to then delve into the 3 findings that relate to fire-related aspects. However, I'd like to emphasize that this was a project audit, construction project management audit, and not an assessment by a fire expert. And these were rather incidental findings made in relation to fire matters. Mr. Mokotu, over to you.
Thank you, Acting DG, and greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, Acting DG, and colleagues. With respect to slide 24, on this slide we are addressing the identified 30 findings emanating from the BDO advisory report that has been mentioned. This report provides recommendations and respective treatment plans. The department has then since developed an audit action plan, and this audit action plan is at various stages of implementation. The categories in the findings are in 5 groups. The first category addresses the FM strategic aspects. Here we are dealing with aspects around the scoping, planning, implementation of the FM contract in the precinct. And this is shown in finding number 1 up until finding number 8. The following category deals with the project management strategic aspects, wherein it was identified that there are inadequate project management systems with respect to softwares, contingencies, and risk register aspects that were identified in the audit. And this is dealt with in finding number 9 up until finding number 17. The next category addresses the project management operation and site visits, which were conducted by the auditors. And it's from finding 18 to 22, where it addresses the aspects of quality management during those site visits, and also specifically to 90 Plain Street projects that were initially mentioned, wherein ventilation system designs and fire protection in the precinct had to be reviewed by a fire consultant, and also that there was a non-compliance raised on the 90 Plain Street with respect to the 6th floor relating to a fire door on a fire extinguisher. And these findings can be seen on between 18 and 22. The following category addresses the combined assurance aspects, whereby it addresses issues of inadequate policy and procedures that were identified in the findings and in the audit by the BDO advisory, and has been provided for in finding number 23 up until 29. The last category is a value add. On this particular aspect, the BDO advisory identified that while they were doing inspections throughout the precinct, they had to raise a value add finding which addresses the fire protection of the heritage assets. And that is the end of the categories that has been shown. The next slide addresses and highlights, honorable members, the 3 related findings to fire, which are finding 20, finding 21, and finding 30. Finding 20, 21, and 30 in the following slides will be discussed as well in more detail. We're giving a summary here by saying that finding 20 identifies certain issues on one specific floor or 90 Plain Street around the ventilation system and the fire protection. Finding 21 pertains to a site visit a non-systematic problem of a fire door and a certain outdated serviced fire extinguisher on the 6th floor. And some of these issues, particularly the fire door and the outdated serviced extinguisher, have since been rectified by the department. The finding 30 addresses, as I have mentioned, a value add finding, which deals with the fire protection of heritage assets, whereby fire and heritage experts were then required and recommended to make an assessment and provide appropriate solutions. At this point in time, may I request Mr. Sona to come in on the next following slides.
DDG, in respect of finding number 20, which the DDG has already alluded to, which deals with the ventilation system design and fire protection in 90 Plain. The recommendation was that Public Works have to do a review of all the buildings in Parliament and appoint a fire consultant. To that respect, what the department has done was to conduct the consultants that are putting together a facilities management contract. The output of that assessment, what we are also doing as a department, we are incorporating that in the next FM and the current FM, which is the internal aspect, internal service providers. We are addressing some of the issues that we find. Ours was to deal not only on one aspect, sorry, Chair, was not to deal only with one aspect of the non-compliance, was to deal with many other issues related to, in terms of the condition assessment. We also dealt with issues of the HVAC system and the issues of electrical issues. What we are doing, we is part of the consortium of our consultants. We have fire consultants and engineers that has compiled a report for us, which report we are doing to develop terms of reference for the appointment of the service provider to review all the ventilation systems and fire protection in the entire precinct. On the next finding, which is finding number 22, the DPG has already alluded to it. It dealt with also 90 Plain, where the door lock was not workable, was not in working condition, and also the fire equipment, which is the fire extinguishers that expired. We have since rectified that in the same year, in October and November. Both the door lock was...
Your volume is fading away. Your volume is fading away. You are talking far from your mic, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now, Chair?
Now you're loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. In respect of finding 21, as the DDG has alluded to, those matters have been rectified, which relate to the fire door and also related to the extinguishers. They were serviced in the same current year, which is 2020 in October. Over to you, DDG.
Finding 30, honorable members, honorable chair, addresses the value add that was done while the site inspections were conducted. This finding is in addition to the statutory requirements, and it relates to a provision for expert assessments by specialized services over a fire engineer and a heritage expert to evaluate the policy and also to review the options relating to automation of fire protection of the heritage assets within the precinct. With respect to the actions to date, the department has conducted a condition assessment of the buildings at the precinct across the length and breadth of the entire precinct. The department is now developing terms of reference to get these technical expertise to then evaluate the policy and also to review the options to automate fire protection at the precinct for the purpose of optimization. Thank you. Back to you, Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Batu. Chairperson, with your permission, we go into the final section to just touch on the insurance of state buildings. In terms of the Treasury regulations pertaining to the management of losses in terms of Section 12.1, published in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, it is stipulated that the state will pay its own damages and accident risks and be responsible for all claims and losses of state property. So in this regard, Chairperson, whilst the Parliament may not be obliged to comply with the PFMA having their own dispensation, as a national department, the PFMA applies to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and we follow the Treasury regulations in this regard. So as a national department, we comply with the PFMA, and the state buildings are so-called self-insured. So, Chairperson, I'd like to conclude on that basis and recommend that the committee on the final slide note our response to your inquiries on the 2 fire incidents in March 2021 and January 2022, respectively, as well as how we've dealt with the 3 recommendations arising out of the BDO report, and finally, our comments on the insurance of state-owned buildings. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to hand back to the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity. I've got nothing more to add at this stage, and we will take questions and comments from the honourable members. Thank you.
Okay. I was of the view that we will also take the input or responses from Parliament before we go to questions. I see a flood of hands. The presentation from Public Works Infrastructure has triggered members to want to speak on the issue. And remember, you have adopted the agenda, members. I'm just saying it to say, agenda says we will discuss after the presentations. Cindy, can you please help me with the hands?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable, yes.
It's Member Siwisa,
Okay.
Member Graham, Maria, I think, Mehwarube, Ms. Hicklin, Mr. Frauteseth.
Just a bit after Khwaribe, who?
Member Hicklin.
Okay.
Member Brauteseth.
Okay.
Member Swart.
Okay.
Member Dango.
No, this is not on.
Nkango. Are you saying Nkango?
Dango, yes.
Dango, okay.
Yeah, Dango. Member Thiring, I think. Member Moemang. I'm just trying to move it down now. Let me see. Member High.
Okay.
Member Moratsane.
Okay.
Member van Skalkwijk.
Okay.
Member Mashele. Mr. Hadebe.
Okay.
Member Tombongwana. Those are the, let me just go all the way down. For now, those are the only hands, Chair.
Okay. The arrangement
it's 11 hours
between the two chairpersons of the joint committee was that the Honorable Co-Chairperson Mabi will take over from here and facilitate the question and answer session. Honorable Mabi, are you on the platform? I will send you the names, and Cindy will send you the names of the people who are supposed to speak if you need assistance. But the first one is Siwisa. Over to you, Honorable Mabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair, Co-Chairpersons present, members of Parliament, the Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Executive Authority present, the Acting of Secretary, colleagues, good afternoon. Chair, maybe before we can start entertaining questions or deliberations, can we then maybe afford the acting secretary to Parliament to also respond to questions that were related to Parliament before we can then give members an opportunity to then present, continue with further clarity-seeking questions. I'm not sure if I might have missed that point, but I think it will be appropriate for Parliament also to respond, because there were questions directly related to Parliament.
Very correct.
Even in the absence of the executive authorities, I think the acting secretary to Parliament is present in this meeting. It will not be fair for us just to continue without having given them that opportunity to also respond to their side of questions.
Can I talk, Chair?
Yes, you may.
Chairperson, I think that was the understanding and how the agenda was developed, to say that we take all the responses, and then after that we get into the discussions, and members will be noting what they want to follow on as the two institutions are making presentations. It's only fair, because remember in the last week's meeting, we had a problem in terms of the responses, that we couldn't have responses or sufficient responses. But then, to be fair enough, I think that's the way to go. But it cannot be us who are overruling on the members. I think it's over to you. But my view is that I support what you're saying, Honorable Chair. I don't know what committee.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chair, Member Wayne Tringia, if I may.
On what, Member Wayne? Because once we allow you to speak.
It's just a point of procedure. The Minister of Public Works indicated that she has time constraints and would have to leave early. And so if we keep to the agenda as proposed, and questions may be directed to her, she may not be present to respond to those questions. So just that concern.
Okay. Your concern is noted. I think she said she wanted to be excused at 11. And when I look at my watch, it says it's 11:03. So it means already she might have left the platform.
She's at 12:30, I think, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have asked for 12 o'clock. I've also added that the Deputy Minister and the acting DG will stay for the last hour. So I'm still on the platform. I'm going to be excused at 12 o'clock. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Members, let us just be patient. Allow the acting secretary to Parliament to quickly go through the responses that she is supposed to be presenting today. As agreed that after 7 days, both the Department of Public Works and the executive authorities will then come and provide us with responses. If the minister is not here, the deputy minister will still be with us, and the DG will be with us, and other officials will be present in the meeting until the end of the meeting. So let us not just rush through the questions on the basis that the minister is going to leave. Unfortunately, she's not the only one responsible in that department, but we do have other supporting staff, people working with her, and the deputy minister is here. So he's definitely going to leave us in good hands. Can we then invite Mem Jawa to quickly please go through the questions that are related to Parliament? Mem Jawa.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and good afternoon to all honorable members. Indeed, as we had requested in the last meeting, that we will provide you with some submission on the questions that were raised. We have subsequently provided the committee with a report and a memorandum that has got attachments. I'll ask the presentation to be displayed on the screen so that we walk you through our responses to those questions. Cindy. Co-chairs, I'm here with internal audit and also with the business unit manager, who will also take sections of our presentation. I'm waiting for the presentation to be shared.
While we're waiting, can you also maybe confirm if Honorable Masondo was able to join us?
Yes, Chairperson. I'm told by the Office of Honorable Chairperson that he is on the platform and he may make his preliminary remarks.
Okay. Yes. Maybe before you start with your presentation. Good afternoon. Welcome, Dr. Masondo. When we started the meeting, you were invited to make some few remarks. I think you will come at the right time. This is the right time for you to do that before you can then officially hand over to the Acting Secretary of Parliament to make her comments. I want to quickly hand over to you so that you can make some few opening remarks. Then immediately after you, then we'll allow Mechawa to take over with the responses. Over to you, Ntate Masondo, and welcome.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I would not really say much. Just to give an indication that if there are questions and issues raised, I may make a comment or two, or preferably at a later stage when the Parliament presentation has been made. Otherwise, for now, I'll reserve any comments. I'll comment later.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Mechawa.
Thank you indeed, Co-Chair. As indicated that I have a team with myself, that's our internal audit. Also the manager who the OSHE belongs to. The question and the outline of our presentation as displayed on the screen, the reports from 2018 to 2020, I'm happy to say that colleagues from Public Works have covered those two reports. The response raised by the committee, the background of internal audit in Parliament, the purpose of the internal audit and also the purpose of this audit, the audit results that came out of this assessment, the action plan and implementation of the findings, 13 findings that came out of this audit, and of course, conclusion. I will not waste time on this slide. Our colleagues have covered the BDO report and the fire report. We will spend time on our audit report and want to explain that Parliament had done, the report was done by our internal audit as part of the annual audit plan. Indeed, there were 13 key findings relating to the design of internal controls and provided recommendations for corrective action. You will see later when Ms. Zungu speaks to slide 9, 10, and 11, where we reflect the implementation and the progress there of all the areas that were raised. We move to the next slide. The questions that were raised in the committee meeting last time was whether a report on what Parliament complies with Occupational Health and Safety Act number 85, 1993, the implementation of the recommendations of the, hold on, don't move quickly. Don't move too quickly, please go back. Yeah, that whether we had responded and implemented recommendations of 2018 Safety and Health Environment Audit, and that the function of that institution's Health and Safety Committee is there. I do wish to say that we initiated, our internal audit initiated the assessment of safety and health on the Parliament precinct. And our response to the question is that Parliament is compliant and risk assessment for the high-risk areas has been completed. Safe work procedures for high-risk areas has been completed, and that will be detailed in the implementation plan. And that development of safe and work procedures are in progress. Health and safety awareness training for staff conducted, and it continues to be. Evacuation drill conducted only on Sona, and I think this ties with what Public Works colleagues were saying, that whilst the drill is done during Sona, it's going to be important that we do it regularly. The next question that was raised was the report on the role of the SAPS and the Parliamentary Protection Services on the night of the incident. I will not venture to talk on the incident as far as it has got to do with the current investigations. But I can confirm that when COVID happened in 2020 March, we changed our working schedule. Our Parliament Protection Service stopped working on the weekends and on public holidays. The work of securing the precinct was given to SAPS, as indeed this is a national key point. From 2020 March, equally 2020 December, which is a compulsory period for all staff of Parliament between the 26th of December to the first week around the 2nd or 3rd of January the following year. We did not for 2 years have our officials on the precinct at that time. And therefore, we did not have our officials on the night the fire happened. Their schedule on the precinct was to start on the 2nd, and that's on the 3rd, because 2nd was Sunday. On the 3rd, that's when the fire happened on the 2nd. However, there is always a standby team where members, if needing to access their offices, colleagues are called in to come. Then the role of the South African police is, as a national key point, they're charged to control access into the perimeter. They're supposed to be patrolling and monitoring the cameras that are around the whole of Parliament. As indicated, I think in an earlier report that indeed we have 300 cameras and even more. Some are digital, some are analog. And at the bottom of 100 Plain Street, we have a monitoring system that is managed by the South African Police Services. And this is as a result of their NKP mandate. The alleged breach of security is a matter under investigation. I would plead not to say much about it. The last question that was raised, which our colleagues in Public Works have actually addressed, is that a report on whether all service providers were vetted to ensure that security requirements were met and that they were able to perform the work they were appointed to perform. As indeed presented by our Public Works colleagues, there is a vetting process done by the South African State Agency where they work with us to ensure that all people who come onto the precinct are vetted. And in fact, largely, they even look at the nationality of some of the service providers that come in there and their qualification in terms of being able to do work in South Africa. I'm going to go.
He doesn't take simple instructions.
Okay. Can I go on, Chair?
Please continue, ma'am.
Okay.
Members, please, let's make sure that we mute our microphones at all times. We know sometimes accidents do happen, but please check. Thanks, Ma. Continue.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I do want to talk about internal audit in Parliament. In terms of the FMPPLA, Section 50, subsection 1, the accounting officer must establish a Parliament's internal audit unit, which must conduct internal audits in accordance with the standards set by institution of internal auditors. In this regard, we are the ones who initiated the internal audit process to assess whether we comply to the relevant regulations. The process that was undertaken and conceptualized to audit included the following. The internal audit prepares a 3-year base plan, and the annual internal audit plan by the internal audit unit is required in terms of the FMPPLA, as along the standards and the charters that control that professional area. So prioritization of the audit of the safety and health environment by the internal audit unit was in 2017-2018 audit plan. Based on the risk registers, we have risk registers. We also have institutional risk registers that we presented to the Joint Standing Committee in the last meeting we had. This unit does consultation with key stakeholders, and it includes management, because the risk lies with the managers in the various units. And they develop an annual internal audit plan. In this regard, the approval of the plans by Parliament's audit is by Parliament's Audit Committee after consultation with the management. And it is actually guided in terms of this it is guided by the Audit Committee, which is an independent audit committee, which is established in terms of Section 47 of the FMPPLA. Allow me then, Chairperson, to give the internal audit executive this area where he will outline the purpose of that audit, that they actually conducted on our OSHI. It's Romeo Gilfillian. He will take over from this slide. Romeo.
Thank you very much, Acting Secretary, and good morning, chairpersons and honorable members of the committee and colleagues. Chair, in terms of the purpose of the audit, we really intended to assess Parliament's practices that have been implemented to ensure compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And to do that, Chair, we evaluated the institution's management framework, OHS management framework, because in any environment, you will find that a regulation or an act out there needs to be domesticated to the institution. And how we go about doing that, the institution will have to implement practices in the form of policies, procedures, and standards that they comply to ensure that you comply with the overall requirements of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So that's what the audit evaluated. And in terms of the scope of our audit, we looked at compliance with all the SHE activities to their applicable laws, such as the Occupational Health and Safety Act, regulations as amended, and other relevant or applicable legislative requirements. We also looked at compliance of SHE and food catering services with the applicable standards, such as ISO and the SABS standards. We evaluated the design, the adequacy of the design, as well as the implementation of the institutional SHE policies and procedures. We looked at the SHE risk assessments and the economic and environmental assessments of controls. So in that, we also covered emergency and evacuation procedures, waste management, pollutants, ventilation, office layouts, etc. And we further assessed, Chair, whether the institutional training interventions are adequate to address the risk that we face in this environment, because we have different stakeholders in the precinct, some young, some are old, and therefore we need to make sure that our training interventions are aligned with the needs of the different stakeholders. We also looked at the maintenance of SHE equipment, as well as the automation of the SHE systems, and the roles and responsibilities, as well as the reporting lines of the SHE unit were also assessed as part of our governance processes in the institution. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you. In terms of our audit, Chair, we identified audits in 13 findings in 13 areas, and
those findings are detailed in the handout that we have provided to the committee. Overall, Chair, as I indicated, we assessed whether or not the institution complies with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And to do that, one needs to put in the policies and procedures. So in terms of our audit, we conducted that baseline review. We then said to management, although you are performing a lot of these activities from a SHE perspective, you do your SHE inspections, etc., etc., we are concerned that you do not have an overall management framework within which you conduct these things. Hence, we recommended firstly that the SHE policy that had been developed by management, at the time it was in draft, we did not identify any gaps in terms of that SHE policy at the time. We then said management needs to make sure that as a first step, that policy is finalized and approved so that it can be implemented. So you will see, Chair, in the handout that most of the issues that we have raised are talking to policies, procedures, and standards that need to be put in place by the institution to make sure that the SHE practices are predictable, they are repeatable, and we learn from whatever incidents that we pick up. And Chair, in terms of the audit report, in terms of the audit process, we discuss all our reports with management. Firstly, we discuss it with the people that are actually responsible for doing the work. And then we discuss it with management within the auditable area. In this case, it is the SHE unit. So we discussed with the head of the SHE unit. We then discussed the report with the head of facilities management, where the SHE unit reports. And an action plan was developed in consultation with all the key stakeholders. And based on that action plan, we then discussed it with the accounting officer, because as internal audit, we need to be comfortable that whatever management are committing to will address the risks that we've identified in the audit report. That action plan was then developed by the SHE unit, discussed with the stakeholders, and and Chair, in terms of the audit action plan that was developed by management, we do monitor it on an ongoing basis in terms of our internal audit methodology. And in that regard, Chair, what we do is that once 80% of the audit action plans have been implemented by management, we then plan a follow-up audit, which will independently verify, firstly, whether management timelessly implemented those audit action plans, and whether the actions that have been implemented have actually reduced the level of risk that we've identified. And that report, Chair, serves in the audit committee to give assurance to the audit committee and the accounting officer that management have indeed addressed the issues that have been raised. Chair, as I indicated, the action plan is a document or is an activity plan which is owned by management. And I will then, through you, Chair, request that the manager responsible for the implementation of the audit action plans takes us through the progress report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Ms. Zungu to walk us through the action plan. And I also want to confirm that we submitted to the committee the signed policy of OSHI and the signed policy of security, because they work together. And we also submitted some documents that are relevant to the work that we've been doing. The action plan is in a system where over time we will provide the link that shows a lot of training that we're doing. I will ask Ms. Zungu to walk us through the action plan and the implementation thereof to date. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Manager. Good morning, co-chairpersons and honorable members, colleagues. I will be taking the meeting through the action plan and implementation. The first activity We looked at the commencement of risk assessment process baseline, which we did between November 2019 and August 2020. It's completed. Then we also look at setting up the SHE committee election for SHE legal appointment that happened between October 2018 and August 2019. That was also completed. The first planned SHE reps meeting refocused attention on ongoing COVID-19 mitigation for Parliament, and this is still ongoing. We also continued with the risk assessment process, which is issue-based risk assessment for high-risk areas. This is a long-term process that is ongoing, target the various operational areas within the business of Parliament, and it's also completed. Then we did the HIRA. A report was presented to stakeholders in January 2020. So in this one, we had to engage with various divisions in the institution, and we developed the HIRA for each operation. And from there, when we completed, we engage with the stakeholders so that they can see all the risks that we identified in their areas. Then we identified and developed the written safe procedures for high-risk areas. The written safe work procedures completed for all high-risk areas. We looked at mainly the documentation technical services, the catering services, the household services. Then in the financial year of 2019 and 2020, we did a risk assessment, covered all areas, including Parliament towers and printing and binding in the Swans garage, and all that were completed. Next slide, please. We also developed a safe work procedures and safe operating procedures for medium and low risk assessment. So that is still in progress because we have to assess the daily operations of different divisions within the institution. We also ensure that we support the core business activities, which is the public hearing and the committee oversight visit to assess the hazard and the risk associated with the public participation. Then we also did the provision of staff. We trained the staff, all the controllers, the supervisors, and SHE reps who are responsible for implementation and maintenance of SHE standard and control procedures in daily operations process have been trained and continue to attend various training courses as per the SHE training plan. This is ongoing. We also did the incident analysis. This is where the SHE reps, the SHE practitioners, SEPs, and the SHE team and controllers completed a high-level incident analysis training program, which was done in November 2021. The first group training of 14 candidates was completed in the program. Then we also did the emergency preparedness planning committee. This committee, we had to include the outside stakeholders, which is SAPS and the City of Cape Town. And this was completed in September 2021. The next slide, please. So we also developed the supply online legal registers. We also conducted the training on use of online legal register. We developed the training needs analysis, and we identified of training service providers and development of training plan. The final workshop and the training of risk assessment and all documents developed, it was done in 2018, where the risk assessment training for 48 managers was completed. And we also did a risk assessment for all SHE legal appointment. 24 people were appointed, and this was done in the financial year 2021. Then we also did the document management, where documents required were based on ISO 18,000. We want to say to the meeting that we just looked at OHS Act, not ISO 18001. So when the analysis was done, there was we had to determine how far are we if we want to implement ISO 18001. Hence, we will see that the documentation requirement was one of the findings that was identified in the study. When coming to the governance and documentation, we have an approved SHE policy as the Secretary to Parliament has articulated, and we are also subscribing to the eco-impact system to assist with tracking changes in the legislation and benchmarking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairperson, just moving towards the end of our presentation. Honorable members and Chairperson, we're saying that although a majority of the actions have been implemented, Parliament's health and safety is dependent on the following stakeholders as assigned in the security policy, and that security policy was signed in 2018, 11th, November 20th. And in that very policy, in the same period, we do have the OSHI policy that was also signed in that year. We indicate to yourselves that we do have interdependencies, as in fact already presented. I'm sorry, let me put on my video. I'm sorry about that. We do indicate the fact that we have interdependencies, South African Police, DPWI. And to that end, what we have now done, particularly with Public Works colleagues, we developed an SLA in 2016, worked with colleagues in Public Works, and that SLA has now been signed. It was signed in 2020. So this is evidence of the fact that we are pulling together areas, departments, and expertise that we don't have in Parliament. We can never afford to employ full-time engineers and QSs, but we are quite aware that we need to get those resources in Parliament, therefore the SLA. And the SLA outlines exactly how we must prioritize maintenance, what are the things that we must do consistently, and out of it have a project charter that is outlined properly in terms of what we need. The next slide, please. This is the concluding slide. What we're saying here, honorable members, is that by the time we established documents for the OSHI section, the OSHI section, shall I say, the Safety and Health Environment Office conducted a building condition assessment and issued a comprehensive report in December 2014. This report was really looking at how we even utilizing some of the spaces here. And some of these matters are reflected in the report of Public Works, where we're talking about safety and access of emergency exits. Finally, the risk assessment process are now a part of our day-to-day business of Parliament. We do it during Sona, we do it through public hearing and oversight visits, contractor management, induction of new employees, and taking Parliament to the people and sectoral parliaments, because risk is there all the time. So it is an area that is living, and we are aware of it, and we have identified our deficiencies. The unit under Ms. Zungu, headed by Mr. Mahlangu, constitutes of 5 people. However, like I said earlier on, risks lie with the individual managers in our balance scorecard. Their work is to assist us to understand and to train us and to make sure that we are alive to employment hazards that come with environments like Parliament, which is quite an old site of buildings and has continuous risks. Chairperson, co-chair, on this point, can I just say we've concluded on our presentation. We've tried to address some of the questions, and indeed, on a quarterly basis, we submit that to the committee, the Joint Standing Committee, as we are doing it now. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members, for listening.
Thank you very much. I think what is missing in your report, I think South Africans would want an assurity that the Sona will continue as planned, and that the other parliamentary work and programs will also be able to be executed. If we can just get that as a final word from yourself, then we can then open for further discussions and clarity-seeking questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for indeed checking my memory on that. With respect to Sona, as presented and actually communicated by the Speaker at the joint programming meeting of yesterday, the Sona project and the Sona program of Parliament is led by Mr. Kaso and Advocate Pindela. These are 2 secretaries of the 2 houses, because that is a core business of Parliament. Project leader is Mr. Sitolo. Currently, as indicated yesterday, that the City Hall is actually the site for Sona, and the details are that members of Parliament will be invited as per the usual. The breakdown of the details are with the two tables in terms of the numbers. I just want to focus on the fact that we have had a meeting with our stakeholders. Today, as I'm here with yourself, there is a meeting of the Joint Security Cluster, wherein we discuss together the various roles that we have to play to ensure that Sona becomes a successful event. In terms of the ongoing work of Parliament, we have been instructed and directed by Executive Authority that at least we enable good hope in terms of hybrid. A lot of committee meetings have been done virtual, and that will continue. We will await, like the DG had said, the level to which we can be able to look at the safety of accessing the NCOP and parts of the old assembly. We will await guidance from the structural engineers. But in terms of Sona, it's all systems go. A presentation was done in an open meeting of the Joint Standing Program yesterday by the Secretary of the National Assembly, and in fact, the Speaker outlined and the Chairperson outlined exactly the preparedness. So that matter, the Sona, we are prepared to make sure that it works, and we're working with our stakeholders and the role players that are key in ensuring that this is made successful. Where we need infrastructure, definitely Public Works is coming to assist, as was presented in their presentation earlier on. And the work of Parliament continues, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Secretary to Parliament. Members, I have 17 hands. I want to first recognize and afford co-chairpersons of the Public Works, both at the National Assembly and at the National Council of Provinces, to first make their comments, and then I will then appoint members to then speak. As indicated, we have 17 members that we have noted. This is our meeting. Do not feel pressured. We are all going to have a fair chance of making contributions. Can I invite Member Moletsani, the co-chair, the NCOP, and the chair of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works at the National Council, at the National Assembly?
The chair of the NCOP is Moimane. It's not Moletsani.
Oh, my humble apologies. My humble apologies, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And it's always a mammoth chance to pronounce that saying. Indeed, Chair, let me start by welcoming the presentation from the two presenters, as led by the political principals, Tatima Sondo and Medellin, and indeed to chair the presentation from the Public Works Chair, particularly a number of areas as raised by Mayor Tembeka, particularly slide number 9. Under section A, it gives a picture of a work in progress, particularly with regard to issues relating to sprinkler, fire hydrants, to fire panels, including fire extinguishers. Indeed, it gives comfort with regard to response given to questions that were posed by the honorable members from the committees. I think this is more important, particularly given the role as articulated and apportioned to various stakeholders that the Acting Secretary has correctly categorized as a dependency relationship. And in this regard, Chair, information as provided by respective stakeholders, in particular the Department of Public Works, Parliament, the City of Cape Town, clearly reflects that there is that interdependency in terms of the safety in general around Parliament. I'm raising this point, Chair, particularly given the point that was raised by Mbetembeka with regard to maintenance certificates, particularly with regard to the work around prof joints, which is an integral vehicle that is used with regard to preparations to Sona, in particular the fire inspection reports, whether it's from 2019, 2020, 2021. What is quite comforting is the assurance from Public Works that that there is maintenance certificates that clearly gives a picture in terms of those areas that are alluded to, from the sprinkler to the fire extinguishers. But more so the role as articulated by the acting secretary with regard to the role that SAPS plays with regard to access control, particularly with regard to the perimeter security, and the work done by the Parliamentary Protection Services with regard to who was on standby, given the COVID protocols. But more than that, Chair, I think what also gives one comfort is the report from the internal audit unit, which clearly categorizes the work done by the management with regard to occupational and safety work, the particularity with regard to the SHE policy, the safety, health and environment, which clearly from the governance point of view and the report given by the internal audit unit and the manager responsible for that, it gives us an impression of work in progress, which to a larger degree also put to the fore an area which is of interest to me, particularly with regard to the Emergency Preparedness Planning Committee and who constitute that committee within the confine of the safety and health environment policy. And I'm also happy that the policy has been adopted. But having said that, I want to get a sense from the presiding officer and also the minister, having had an opportunity to get comfort around work that is done from both the department and also from Parliament. An area that is of interest to me is how do we mitigate the issue of scapegoating in terms of the role of those various stakeholders that I alluded to, because what we don't want is to this unfortunate incident to turn into a game of blaming or apportioning blame to each other, because clearly it is an unfortunate incident. So the best way to share from my side is to get a sense as to whether are the presiding officers and the management open to the possibility of a forensic investigation, just to ensure that we satisfy ourselves that indeed we get to the bottom of what could have led to this. Of course, one is not leaving the fact that the Hawks is also involved. They are doing their work, and part of their investigation might also include forensic investigation. But it will be important also just to strengthen that element to get a sense from the presiding officer and Dr. Sona and also Minister Delile as to whether the issue of forensic investigation, just to ensure that we put this blame shifting to bed, could they be open to that possibility? Thank you, Chair, and my apologies for taking long.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Nolita.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also add my voice in appreciating the detailed reports that have been given by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Parliament in this instance. And I also echo what Honorable Moimang has said in saying that these reports presented to us, at least they clear some air on what has been in the public domain. And some of the things, it is clear that they're not true that has been in the public domain. I think Mr. Mbeka has cleared the fact that checks have been done and tests have been conducted in Parliament up to December last year. So what happened, it's not something that anyone had envisaged. And I am happy to hear that sprinklers were working on March 2021 because the City of Cape Town's reports, it's presenting a bleak picture that shows that the sprinklers were not working, and according to the report, in my own view, it presents a picture that says that the sprinkler last worked in 2017, which is not the case in what we have been presented. That's why I'm appreciating that this report, at least it clears some air. I support the view that, and I understand that investigation is currently underway. That may show what was the cause of fire, but in this instance, the department did its work in ensuring that all that was supposed to be working was working on the day of the fire. But other than that, Minister and your team, I think the issue of that report, it's the DPO report or BTO, but that audit report, I think as the department, as the portfolio committee, we feel that we could have got that report earlier than yesterday. And I believe that if we had received that report and discussed as the portfolio committee that is doing oversight on the department, at least some of the issues that are contained in the report maybe would have prevented, not saying that whoever felt that there must be fire in Parliament could have been stopped, but at least it would have made sure that there is work that is being done. On the issue of the Parliament, Chair, I have some reservations on the report that we have been given by the Acting Secretary and her team on behalf of the Parliament. As much as she is indicating that there has been workshops and all that, to me, it seems as if it's a desktop thing. They're not doing fire drills. They're not doing all that is expected to be done by the Parliament in this instance. Mine would be to say that we must learn from what has happened. In fact, we should have learned from the first fire as much as that they are not related. But there are things that should have been done before we are in what we are in now. But other than that, I appreciate the responses that we got from the department and the Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. chairpersons. My list starts here. It's Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Graham, Honorable Warube, Honorable Hickling, Tim, Honorable Swartz. I apologize, Honorable Tim. You know we always call you Tim because it's very difficult to pronounce your surname as well. Honorable Dango, Honorable Tring, Honorable Hai, Honorable Moletsani, Honorable Van Skalveik, Honorable Mashele, Honorable Ntombengwana, Honorable Khaiso, Honorable Sheikh Imam, and Honorable Mautwe, though she has indicated that she has difficulties, she's experiencing technical difficulties. And then the last will be Honorable Khadebe. In that order, I'm not going to be calling out names again, members. I just want members to just come in immediately after the first person has spoken, which is going to be Siwisa. Let me just repeat. It's Siwisa, it's Graham, it's Warube, it's Heckling, it's Tim, it's Swart, it's Dango, String, Kai, Moletsani, Van Skalveik, Mashele, Ntombengwana, Khaiso, Mautwe, lastly, Khadebe, and Honorable Singh has made his questions on the portal. Let me just go through his. I don't see anything. Cindy, can you help us also maybe to get Honorable Singh's comments? He has indicated that he will leave the meeting at 11:30. He had a flight to catch.
Yes, Chair, I will do that. Let me just go.
Yeah, maybe let's start with that.
Okay, I'll just find it quickly. Okay. So on chairs, I'll just read it. Mr. Singh had to board his flight, and he's got one question. Was the Minister of Public Works? Apologies, Chair.
That's fine, Cindy.
Just trying to get it all the way open here. Just go. Highball. Just give me one. Just a second, Chairperson. I'm just trying to get the whole thing open. Was the Minister of Public Works? Chair, I'm struggling to get the whole question open, but
okay, that's fine, Cindy.
I'll do it at the end if that's okay.
At the end, it's fine. Can members? Can we start in that order, members? I'm handing over. Remember, let's first agree on the on rules. When you speak, please do introduce yourself. Indicate which house are you representing and which portfolio committee. You will only speak when you are noted, and only members of the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly will be allowed to speak on this platform. In that order. Please, if possible, again, turn on your video for recording purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not able to, I'm struggling with network where I am. I'm back home. So there's a problem of network. Speaking here is Honorable Matapelo Siwisa, Member of Public Works and Infrastructure Portfolio Committee, National Assembly. Chair, I've got a few concerns that have been raised. It seems as if it has become a norm with Public Works that we don't get documents on time.
and it disadvantages us as the Portfolio Committee of Public Works to go through everything on time and be able to prepare ourselves as we need to prepare ourselves. I'm going to be specific to the report of the BDO, which we received last night at around 10:30. And some of us were already in bed. We wake up in the morning, there's a report, which is very unacceptable. Goes back to the report of the Acting Secretary of Parliament. We just received a memo, and the whole report was presented today. It also disadvantages us. And I hope in future that the Committee of Public Works will be taken serious in the work that they need to do, which is oversight. And we can't do oversight if we don't have the proper documentations with us. Chair, I looked at the previous reports and the reports that were received today, and I've got a concern because in one of the reports, when there was a problem with the fires and everything last year, says that the service providers were unreachable. I think it was in December, and the reason was that they were at their year end, so they were unreachable. We can't be having a service provider that does not have standbys. It's of a great concern. And I'll go back to the issue of the PPS, which says, one report says the staff was told not to come due to COVID, and then officials were not there, and all of those things. And then there's another report that says that there was a collaboration to rotate between PPS and subs, and then specifically on weekends and holidays. So I want to know if the rotation was that there was staff from PPS, or it was only a rotation from subs itself. The issue of certificates that have been issued, and we get the report that a service provider was being consulted to come and do oversight and make sure that everything, the sprinklers, the fire extinguishers are working. Why can't we use our own government departments, which is the fire department, to come and do those things? Why is it that it has become a norm that Public Works always prefers people where more money is going to be spent, whereas City of Cape Town does have a fire department? Why couldn't they do those things? Because now we've got certificates, and then the fire department went to make an oversight and make their own assessment, and then they wrote a report that says the last services were done in 2017. Is it only a certificate that was signed for the sake of a signature to be there, or was there actually any services that were done? And then financial implications in using alternative accommodations for all the sittings and the Sona. That's a question that I think it was raised by Honorable Mautwe in the last meeting. And I don't see any response on that as to what are the financial implications if we are going to use alternative venues for the Sona and all the plenaries that are going to be held. And during the presentation that was done, it has become a norm that there's a running over budget and missing of deadlines that is done by contractors. It's not something new. That always happens with the Department of Public Works, and it's becoming worrying. And I'm going to say the same thing that I always say, that it's a pity that the minister is not here, the deputy minister is here. I'm going to say what I've always said in the past. There's a lack of leadership in the Department of Public Works. It seems as if the minister does not know what needs to be done, relies on consultants to always do what needs to be done. And this thing of theirs that if public work works, then the government is working. There's nothing. The Republic is at a standstill because we are sitting with a department that does not actually do their mandate. And then I come to that state buildings are not insured. Each and the Public Works needs to, the government needs to fund their own. I want to know, since Parliament is not insured, and we are told about a legislation. Does this mean that there are funds that are being put aside to ensure that we get a new building, where preferably in Gauteng province, we get a new building of parliament where it's very accessible to everyone? Is there money put aside to make sure that there is a new building, since there is no insurance that has been put aside, because according to the legislature, there can't be any insurance that is put on the buildings? And it's very concerning, chairperson of this proceeding, that no buildings, according to the legislature, are being insured. And where does the money going to come from? But as I said, and alluded the last time to say that we also have a magistrate's court that was put on fire. I wonder, are we also going to be told that the sprinklers were working? But that's a story for another day. So those are my questions, Chair. And I was hoping that all the questions that were asked in the last meeting, we would start by getting the responses to those questions, because none of those questions were answered. I myself also put a few questions before, but I thought that was going to be the starting point to get the responses to those questions. That's all from me for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have just two questions, really. The one is around the 3 fire findings that were presented in the report.
Member, please, if possible, switch on your video.
I'm unable to switch on my camera, Chairperson. Apologies.
Okay.
The 3 fire findings, were those rectified? The ones that I identified in the video report?
Introduce yourself.
I'm Siviwe Kwagube, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance in the National Assembly. The 3 fire findings, were those rectified before this incident took place? Because there seems to be inconsistencies between what the BDO report says and what the report says that has been given by DPWI today and last week. And then there's also seemingly, I mean, I might be reading this wrong, there has to be seemingly an apportioning of blame on consultants regarding the maintenance that was done either annually or every 3 years. And then with regards to the parliamentary interventions, these seem to be quite superfluous and almost as a tick boxing exercise, as some member mentioned. The reduction of the staff during the period, how did that affect the preventative measure that Parliament needs to put on? And I think, colleagues, as a committee, we need to summon SAPS as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairpersons, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Samantha Graham-Murray. I'm a member of the Democratic Alliance, and I serve on the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. I'd like to start just with the documents that we were provided by on the parliamentary side of things. In terms of the SHE policy that we were given, the DPWI's external roles include general compliance, the SANS codes, occupational health and safety, and food safety. With respect to the SANS codes, I will be reverting back to that as a question shortly. We received the risk assessment Excel spreadsheet from Parliament. On not one single page was there any allocation with respect to inspection dates. So I'd like to know whether or not this has just been drafted and as a sort of box ticking exercise, or whether or not these things will be monitored and assessed. Just glancing through it, I obviously didn't have time to read everything, but one of the things that came through very strongly on almost every single area, on every single page, was electrical problems and the threat of electrocution. And this seems to be a massive risk across every single area. And considering that the fire in March was an electrical fire, I'd like to know whether or not this is going to be given the requisite attention. We were provided a draft terms of reference on the development of emergency preparedness on the risk management plan. Why is this still a draft? I'd like to know when this document was drafted and what the timeframes are, because there are a number of interventions that are required in terms of the TOR, and there don't seem to be any timeframes given in that document. To go over to what the DPWI presented, they advised us that inspections and maintenance are done every single year, and yet the BDO report, and obviously we've had very little time to go through it because we only got it late last night, finding 21 indicated that there are big issues with respect to the maintenance and monitoring being done by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In fact, they said there is inadequate fire system maintenance and the fire system maintenance plans and schedules. And there's poor facilities management and oversight. So I find it interesting that in that finding, and although they keep saying that this was on 90 Plain Street, this referred to the entire precinct and the entire department's management of the precinct. So I find it very hard to reconcile the finding in the BDO report with what was presented to us today with respect to inspections and maintenance. The fire panels, I'd like to know, again, we're being told that they were fully functional, and yet according to the post-incident report given to us by the department, the fire department of the city of Cape Town, not a single fire alarm went off in either the old assembly building or in the new assembly. The first alarm that went off was in Tainhace, which was adjacent to the buildings that were on fire, and that alarm went off after the first fire truck was already on the precinct. So I fail to see how the fire panels could have been functioning effectively. I'd also again like to know whether or not all the incidents reflected and recorded on the fire panels have been downloaded and that these have been checked to make sure that every fire panel was actually fully functional and operational at the time. Much has been said about the sprinkler systems. According to an expert that I spoke to, the fire sprinkler systems should be bled every week as part of an ongoing maintenance program and then overhauled every third year and maintained and serviced every year. The last overhaul that we're aware of was in 2017, and an ASIB tag is affixed to that, indicating that this happened and indicating that the next inspection should take place in February 2020. Only an ASIB affiliated organization can do that overhaul and can affix a tag. I'd like to know whether or not this has been done, because we're being told that all maintenance has been done on the sprinkler systems. And if so, where is the report from the ASIB affiliated organization that stipulates to exactly what was happening with respect to those sprinkler systems? One of the things that was highlighted in the post-incident report is that Parliament or state buildings are not governed by the National Building Regulations and also not by the bylaws of the city within which they stand. So my question again is, the only thing then that would require compliance is the SANS codes. And there are a number of SANS codes, 3 to my knowledge at this stage, that speak to fire safety. They are very specific in terms of what needs to be done in order for compliance to be met. I'd like to know whether or not the compliance is there and whether or not we have developed proper fire safety procedures and processes that speak directly to those SANS codes if we are not required to adhere to the legislation to which we hold everybody else accountable and yet doesn't seem to apply to government. In March and April, according to the report, the sprinkler valves were on. If that was the case, they would have been chained open, according to the reports we have received. There is no evidence of a chain anywhere in any of the pictures that we have seen. And it's interesting that the last recorded maintenance done on there or verification that they were on is April 2021. What happened in the ensuing period and where are the chains that would have held these open? Finding 21, also on the BDO report, spoke to an exit door at 90 Plain Street. Now, again, they then referred back to the fact that there was no non-compliance throughout the precinct. And we've subsequently discovered that the fire safety doors were latched open, which should not have happened, and this fueled the fires. So again, there's been non-compliance with respect to what the BDO report discovered. And I'd like to know why the National Department is not listening to the outcomes of a report that they commissioned. Finding 20 speaks to the facilities management contract, and this was highlighted again in the report by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. My understanding is that the facilities management contract will only be effected in March 2022. So I'd like to know which facilities management company is now ensuring that there's adherence to the legislation. And furthermore, the treatment plan that they speak of in finding 20 is not limited to 90 Plain Street and is in fact required for the entire precinct, all buildings on the precinct. Finally, finding 30 speaks to obviously the heritage and the fire. And the conclusion is that this should take precedence and that there should be specialists. Over a year later, what has actually been done to safeguard our heritage? My final question then is, what feedback has been received from the Internal Audit Committee on the adequacy and effectiveness of the treatment plans on those three specific findings? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's Madeleine Hicklin. I am a DA member in the National Assembly in the Portfolio Committee of Public Works. Minister de Lille, you are the policy leader, you are the guide, and you should be the guide for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the National Assembly. All the problems that have been highlighted by the BDO report are not new. There are things that we have identified as the Portfolio Committee for the last 3 years. Financial management irregularities, inadequate contracts, planning, electrical installation problems. But let me just deal with specifically the actual BDO report itself. You commissioned this investigation in August 2020. BDO was appointed. The draft report was submitted in October 2020. The final report was handed over in November 2020. You claim that you didn't know of this until the 17th of September 2021. I will state this again. Minister de Lille, you are the policy leader in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. How can you commission an investigation in August of 2020 and not receive a report until the 17th of September 2021 and not question where this report was? BDO says they gave this report to the Department of Public Works in October of 2020. Who did they hand it to? One has to assume it's to the Deputy Minister. If they didn't give it to you, and you don't question that, and you don't ask where the report is, and you give out a public statement on the September 2021 saying heads will roll because this report was not handed to me. Well, heads haven't rolled, have they? Neither your head nor the head of the person that they gave the report to. How can we honestly and truly take this BDO report seriously? We take the report seriously, but how can we take you seriously that you are going to implement the changes that this report mandates you to take seriously? Because we've just had this massive fire that has absolutely ruined the greatest building in this country. Our parliament, our National Heritage Parliament building that made findings that are of such dire consequence and such dire need that had to be implemented, some of critical nature, many of vital nature, none of which were looked at and implemented. And here we sit with a building that is going to cost more than 7 billion rand to repair, that could take 5 years to repair if it is repaired, if it can be repaired. And you sat with your hands folded for a year, asking or bleating, where is the report? But heads will roll. Minister de Lille, the first head that must roll must be yours. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Tim Browder, Chair. I forgive you for not being able to pronounce my name. It's a tough Norwegian name. Chair, I'd like to start off with what I raised last week, and that was about the SAPS patrols. As I indicated, I've been a member of Parliament since 2014, and I've never, ever seen active patrols on the perimeter of Parliament. The kind of patrol I'm talking about is active patrols where members of the police force patrol the perimeter, noting down the points that they've passed and provide an hourly report of their patrol. Just as many companies employ security guards using a system like the Kivalert system, it is not done at Parliament. Therefore, the very improbable Mr. Mafe, whether or not he is the cause of the fire, we don't know yet, was able to gain access. That needs to be answered by the SAPS in a forum like this. We cannot get away from that. The second thing, Chair, is that this presentation today is incomplete because we don't have the City of Cape Town's fire services giving us a presentation. The chair of the Portfolio Committee brushed it aside and said, well, the DPWI report simply exonerated Parliament in terms of the sprinkler systems and the fire extinguishers, etc., and we must now just discount what was seen and found by the City of Cape Town on the fire scene. We need to have that department of the City of Cape Town invited to this forum to give us their findings, because they are literally the people at the coalface. They can report what they've actually seen, and we cannot just accept a report by DPWI, who unfortunately is not innocent in many, many matters in our country, that is in fact the true state of affairs. So I ask that you and Sis Mahlangu ask that City of Cape Town to come and give us their input. That is absolutely vital. They were also effectively thrown under the bus by the DPWI report, because they said that pre-Sona 2020 and 2021, everything was fine. And so effectively, they are being put in a position where they're saying everything's fine, but they are not invited to come and give us their point of view here on this forum. And then finally, Chair, if I can just refer to the DPWI presentation and specifically slide 5. And in the middle of that slide, it says, works to address temporary roof repairs, fixing of fire hydrants, repairs to sprinkler systems, draining of water in the basement were also undertaken. Proof of these works is available and described in detail in the following slides. The massive lacuna here, Chair, is that there's not one single word in that sentence that refers to the electrical fault. The preceding paragraph says that this fire was due to the electrical fault in March 2021, and there was no foul play on behalf of the SAPS determined no foul play. Was the electrical fault ever repaired? Do we know that? I find it very, very hard to believe, given the statement on that same slide, that the procurement processes did not allow the department to complete all their work, and in that time, this devastating fire happened. But there is not one single word about the electrical fault that started the first fire, and whether that was ever repaired. There's lots of talk about sprinklers and fire extinguishers and valves and all that stuff, but not one single word about electrical systems, electrical infrastructure, the electrical fault. And that lacuna sits squarely at the feet of Minister DeLaw, squarely at the feet. And frankly, the people of South Africa will be asking themselves the question today, why on earth is this minister still in her position when an electrical fault that quite possibly started this devastating fire of January 2022 was not fixed almost a year ago? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Swart, ACDP Whip of the National Assembly and a member of the Finance and the Justice Committees. Chair, we in the ACDP, like many others, have been deeply saddened by this catastrophic fire. I was one of the first to be on the scene from Sunday morning and spent most of the day sitting with members from the ANC, other members, and just commiserating about what was happening. And yes, whilst there's been a large degree of stoic determination to continue with the work of Parliament across all political lines, and this expressed by MPs, perhaps what is lacking is a passion and a sense of expression of anger, like the Honourable Hicklin's expressed, an outrage at what has happened and the deficiencies that have taken place that have caused this historical building. Chairperson, I'm one of the longest standing members of Parliament, like Honourable Khadebe and others, since 1999, and it is absolutely disgraceful that this has happened, and we need to ascertain all the answers, and that is part of this process. I would submit that, and this is an issue we will raise at other forums as well, that there should be a full parliamentary oversight inquiry, which will include what one of the other members referred to as an independent forensic investigation. And whilst I appreciate the inputs that we've received today from Public Works, from Parliament, I think there's far much more we need to ascertain. One of my concerns is already the issue relating to building a new Parliament, a new building elsewhere, and that's a debate for a different time. Right now, we know that we're going to have to restore this building, if it can be restored, because it's a historical building. In terms of the Heritage Act, it's going to have to cost billions of rands, and taxpayers are going to have to pay for that. And so that is why we as public representatives, yes, need to come together to make sure Parliament is working, but we need to express our outrage and anger and hold people to account. Now, a lot of the issues have been covered already, Chair, so I won't belabor them. But one of the issues that is of a concern to me is a while ago, towards the end of last year, we were in the National Assembly and we had a sense of smoke. We smelled smoke. And I think it was the Honourable Mazzoni that raised it. Immediately, we were able to ascertain, and a report was given that there was a smoke detector that picked this up. But there was no drill, there was no evacuation. I have never been involved in any fire drill at Parliament to evacuate Parliament in almost 23 years. That must be a deep concern. Other issues that have been raised by my colleagues, we await questions related to that. But the fire alarm, no, there's no mention about why the smoke detectors, why the fire alarms did not go off. We only heard about the one at Tainais that went off after the fire brigade had arrived on the scene. I'm not going to go into a lot of depth, but what I want to give the assurance, I am not going to just accept the fact that we are going to await a police report that will come out in a year or 18 months' time. We as Parliament need to exercise our oversight now. We need to do that, and we cannot. And I support the view that the SAPs must be brought to account as well. Yes, we understand there's an ongoing investigation, but what happened with the perimeter? What happened with the cameras? And then, Chair, I want to then just focus on the issue about the PPS officials not being on duty. I've been a member of the Chief Whips Forum since 2019. At no stage were we as whips advised that there'd be no officials on duty within Parliament. And this is a deep concern, because members of Parliament, last year again, the Honourable Mazzoni had a break-in at her office. We were not advised. I personally am unaware. I worked late sometimes at Parliament over the years. I was always aware that there'd be an official there that would come late and turn off all the lights. It is shocking that there was no person on duty within the building. Had there been a person on duty within the building, they would have picked it up immediately. Either the smoke, either a person walking around, and we need an explanation as to why and what was the reasoning. Was the Executive Authority of Parliament aware that there was no PPS persons on duty this evening? Why was the Chief Whips Forum? Why were members of Parliament? I don't know if any members on this forum were aware that there were no members on duty within the precinct. When some of us work late and you rely on that security, particularly when it comes to vulnerable women that are working late at night, in the knowledge that there's, or the lack of knowledge that there's any PPS security on duty. Now, on the day, I was one of the first on the scene, speaking to the fire brigade, they said they had no access to the building. They had to break down the main doors of Parliament. Again, indicating had the PPS officials been on duty within Parliament, they would have been able to give access to the fire brigade. They could have possibly contained this fire. So, Chair, to conclude, I want to again express my deep sadness, almost heartbroken to watch this building go up. We continue as members of parliament, but we have to have full oversight and accountability. That must take place. Thank you, Chairperson.
Who is supposed to follow after Member Swart? Let me just.
It was Dango before. Yeah, yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was supposed, and I had indicated that I would leave at 11:30, but listening to members, I decided not to and actually abandoned my doctor's appointment. However, let me just go and in 1994-95, we established the Association of Public Accounts Committees.
Dango, are you able to turn on your video or your camera? Please do that.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have now turned it on. It's on. Thank you.
But I can't see you. Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Chairperson, as I said, I was supposed to have left, but having listened to the emotive expressions by members here, I decided to stay. On the question of insurance, in 1994-95, we established the Association of Public Accounts Committees, which was the National Assembly and all the provinces. We asked the question about insurance, and we were told at that time that the state does not insure any buildings, no motor cars, not the embassy in London, which is millions, nor the embassy in Bonn. None of that is insured because of the cost of insurance. And historically, even before 1994, this was not done. So I think let us just bear that in mind, and that is the answer we were given then. So I think we need to, when I hear these stories about insurance outside, then I say to myself, well, some of those people could not have been around or did not understand what was happening. And the cost of insurance there would be billions in any case on an annual basis. Because the insurance there is on every motor car, on every motor vehicle driven is self-insured. Having said that, Chairperson, I was part of a drill in approximately June last year in the NCOP, where we were assembled to drill us around what we needed to do in case of a fire. We were taken to various spots of assembly, and we would explain the discipline of how we had to do that. With those two words, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to make those remarks and say we are all in this together as South Africans. We're all in this together. Let us find the solutions and not only find the faults. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is Wayne Thring, ACDP and a member of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Chair, I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure Portfolio Committee when they spoke about the length of time that it took for the BDO report to get to us. Certainly, this undermines the accountability work that we as MPs are expected to undertake. Now, Chair, the Fire Incident Restoration Site Officers Inspection and Assessment Report which was updated on the 29th of July 2021, made a number of findings and recommendations, essentially giving the Department of Public Works the responsibility to carry out some 21 recommendations, which included, amongst others, that all circuits in the roof space needed to be rewired, all light fittings needed to be changed, sub-DB V45 needed to be rewired, main cable supply needs to be replaced, new smoke detectors in the roof space and sirens must be installed, an environmentally friendly gas to be installed in the roof space instead of sprinklers, because this would fight a fire effectively and protect electronic equipment, that the leak on the reticulation pipeline needed to be repaired as water was shut off due to the leak that was not repaired. Now, there were some 21 recommendations. My question is, obviously, and others within some of the other reports, some other recommendations, but particularly with regards to those, how many of these recommendations, especially those relating to electrical faults, how many of those recommendations were actually implemented? And if not, which are the ones that were not acted on? Now, in the budget vote report of the 11th of May 2021, the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure asked the Minister to instruct the PMTE to move to scheduled rather than unscheduled maintenance. So my simple question is, do we actually have scheduled maintenance in place, particularly for our parliamentary buildings within the parliamentary precinct? I've also been informed when I visited the parliamentary precinct after the fire that over the years there were requests to increase the height of the fence, particularly behind the parliamentary buildings. This was because that there were a number of breaches, especially during the weekends and the holiday periods. There were a number of breaches in this particular area. So my questions with regards to these breaches, how many breaches have there been? And I suppose it's important then that SAPS, as my previous colleagues have said, that SAPS should have been a part of this particular meeting, because how many breaches have there been over the past 2 years, 1 year, 6 months? And why was this part of the perimeter fence not secured? And then, as a result of my visit to the parliamentary precinct, what role does the Freemasons, as well as the South African National Heritage Agency, have in approving amendments or alterations to the current structure of parliament? Because I believe that this sometimes holds up the process where proper recommendations are made. The parliamentary buildings are a national key point. Threats do not disappear with COVID. How many of the PPS members were present on the night of the fire? And if there was a handover to SAPS, did this handover include a patrolling of the parliamentary buildings, especially in the old and the new assembly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I assume that the next initial was after Honorable Dango. Chair, let me greet the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the co-chairperson, chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee and Select Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, honorable members and officials of Parliament. Chair, I think that my starting point will be on the issue that was raised by Honorable Swart, that on the issue of forensic investigation, that the presiding officers should commission this forensic investigation so that it addresses all these issues that have already been raised by the honorable members in this meeting. I agree that this should be independent of Parliament and also stakeholders, all the stakeholders that are involved, to avoid the allegation of conflict of interests. That should then be the starting point. The second issue, Chair, there are members who are referring to the BDO report. We are here seeing some aspects of the report in terms of the 30 findings. We don't have a full report, as some members are speaking from an advantage of having the report. As to how they got it, I don't know. But I want to suggest that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure should submit this report to the three committees, the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, and also the Select Committee. so that at another time, these committees on their own can discuss the full report, its finding, and also the progress in terms of implementation of those the findings, all 30 of them, if not more. Chair, the question are accept the report, but there are also other gray areas in the report that we really need clarity on. The first one is with regard to the sprinkler system. I just want to check if there is any standard, whether national or global, with regard to the maintenance or inspection of the sprinkler system, so that this gray area of whether this is maintained annually, or after 3 years can be clarified once and for all. But also linked to this issue, I don't understand why the consultant would make an error in terms of saying that this is maintained annually, and then later it is then said, it's maintained after 3 years, but also there are no records with regard to this. But I assume that even if the consultant doesn't have the records, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is supposed to have its own records as to why it doesn't have its own records. Because Ms. Kolela was reporting twice, in fact, to us in October and again on the 4th of January this year, with regard to the frequency in terms of these all other areas, how they are maintained in terms of frequency, and most of them are annually. But now, all of a sudden, there's a gray area as to whether some of them are after 3 years or not. So the challenge that then we have as members, which we need to be assured on, is whether when the consultant or even what the company is called, the ACAS Facilities Management Solution, are they being paid for submitting these reports? Because it could be that even though the frequency is after 3 years, it could be that there have been reports that have been submitted annually, and if these reports, after they have been submitted, then there's a payment. It could be that, therefore, that annually these two entities have been paid because they've been submitting reports annually instead of after every 3 months. So that is an area that also need to be investigated, that the department should assure us that no monies were paid, therefore, annually, when the reports are supposed to be submitted after 3 years. Chair, on Parliament, I would like to the challenge that we're having with the report is that the report is a report of the Internal Audit Committee. The Audit Committee's work is broader than just the occupational health and safety. And therefore, when it does its work, it focuses on samples. But there's a committee that is responsible for health and safety that deals with the detail. We were supposed to receive perhaps 2 reports. One report from the Health and Safety Committee, and also perhaps another report of the Audit Committee, because its role then will be the oversight report on the work of specifically in this case, of the occupational health and safety. Because the reason I'm raising this point, Chair, is that the Health and Safety Committee's role, or is that the areas that have been the focus of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, they're also supposed to be agreeing or confirming the inspections and the maintenance as a committee. It's their responsibility. They can't leave this only to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They also have a role in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993. They have a role, even if the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is a landlord. They have a responsibility not only for the internal parliament, but also the internal or even the infrastructure of the institution. That committee has a responsibility, and therefore they should be confirming the reports on all these areas, whether the issue of the functionality of the sprinklers, all these other issues that have been raised in the report that GWPI is reporting on, that they are maintaining from time to time. So that's why I said we should have had two reports, one for the Health and Safety Committee and also the report of the Audit Committee as an oversight body on all the areas that the institution deal with, but specifically on this one. The acting secretary to Parliament raised a point that the institution also depend on other stakeholders. She mentioned the security, the parliament protection services, SAPS, as well as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I think the stakeholder that is absent, from this list is the Department of Employment and Labor. Because the issues of health and safety are their specialty areas. I think they should have been involved. From time to time, actually, they're supposed to conduct with the Health and Safety Committee to conduct inspection, not only in Parliament, but in all the buildings, whether they are public or private. So I think at some stage, because we still have other buildings in Parliament, Marx Building, Good Hope, as well as other buildings that are within the precinct. So therefore, Department of Labor should be also invited from time to time to also conduct inspection also on some of these areas that because Department of Public Works and Infrastructure may not be having skills with regard to health and safety inspection, but it is a responsibility of Department of Employment and Labor to conduct that. So I'm saying, therefore, Chair, that still, whilst we still have other buildings intact, Department of Labor should be invited from time to time, particularly that Parliament is a key point facility. So it is therefore important. I know that Department of Labor don't have many inspectors, but for the sake that Parliament is one of the key points, and therefore it has a role to play with regard to, from time to time, conducting inspections in Parliament, as well as other key points facilities. So the report talks about the alternative venues. This question goes to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as Parliament. In some of the meetings, like the Joint Programming Committee meeting, I think there's some conclusion with regard to the alternative venue for NA plenary sessions, like that the budget will be tabled in the Good Hope. But I hear the Department of Public Works is talking about still looking for alternative venue. If you can clarify that, because my understanding is that this area has been concluded, the area of looking for alternative venues. But if I'm wrong, then you can correct me. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Muletsani, an NCOP member, a member of a joint standing committee. When listening to the report of the DPWI, they mentioned that all the fire equipment was working. Now, I'm just wondering if there is any clarity why they didn't respond when the fire started in the Parliament building. Secondly, on the 4th of January, when we had a meeting, the minister explained that they are just having bilateral discussions with the provincial leadership of Cape Town. Now that it is final that City Hall is the venue that is going to be used to host Sona, I just want to find out from the minister if there are any financial implications for hosting Sona. If yes, then how much is going to cost the Parliament to use that venue? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the leadership of Parliament, Chairpersons of the Joint Committee, and the different portfolio and select committees, MPs of the different houses, officials present, and I'm Sharon van Schalkwyk, member of the National Assembly from the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. I would like to thank the presenters for all the different reports being presented. I'm not going to that has already been listened. Honorable Khai proposed a forensic investigation to be instituted, and I would echo that same sentiment. In order for us to ensure that such forensic investigation to be undertaken as soon as possible, and that all parties subject themselves to await the outcome of such investigation. That any further comments seeking to apportion blame should await the outcome of the facts and evidence of the investigation. Because we've heard about the functionality of the smoke detectors, about the fire sprinklers, whether it was optimally functioning, whether the water valves were open or closed, and the status of the fire doors, and that these be subjected to the forensic investigation. Because if we are not cautioned, Honorable Chairperson, then there would be speculations all over from all sides, and we will then speak about speculations instead of facts. And when referring to the Cape Town Fire and Rescue Report, I would like to propose that is indicated that it is an information report and not a forensic report, and therefore it cannot be used to determine fault. But we must make sure that if the forensic investigation is instituted, it's really to ascertain what really happened, who's to blame, and then who should be subjected to the relevant consequence management. So unless we get the actual facts, Chairperson, I think we should refrain from being in the public domain and speculating, because it's going to haunt us. So I think I'll pause there. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Is it my turn, Sheikh Imam, Chairperson?
You may come in, Sheikh.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Let me start off by thanking the departments for the reports that they tabled here today. However, I must agree with Honorable Hicklin. You know, whether we can take the department and particularly the minister seriously, given the fact that 13 months later she had not even received the report and done very little or nothing, considering the fact that she was putting hundreds of people's lives at risk and in danger. If you read the report and the findings in these reports, it is very clear that had anybody been on the premises at the given time, it would have been horrific. Now, given the fact that there were challenges, there were reports, prior reports from 2018 as well, there's one in March, I'm concerned and I'd like the Minister and Parliament to respond as to why haven't they paid serious and appropriate attention to the risks attached to members, staff, and officials being on the precinct, knowing very well they have not implemented all the recommendations as per the various reports. That's the first thing. Now, the issue particularly of the electrical cable. In my engagement with people, I am told that it is in a shocking condition. And one of the reasons, Chairperson, for that is that every time you get a new contractor to come and work on Parliament, like you're doing in most of the government buildings, and I've said it before and I want to reiterate again, that the Department of Public Works is in the intensive care unit. That's how bad it is. Whether you talk about the headquarters of South African Police Services, right now, if you talk about Acacia Park, you talk about Parliament, you talk about all government buildings, the Department of Public Works is in chaos. And that is why one needs to look at whether departments should not be responsible for their own maintenance, for their own buildings, like Parliament taking sole responsibility for its buildings, South African Police Services for their buildings. That's the other point I want to make. Now, the other issue that we have is this. I was talking about that electrical cable, yes. Contractors are coming in, I'm told. They're not tracing the cables and the wiring that was done before, putting in their own cable, diverting those things, and I'm told there's a bunch of these cables all over. Just the sight is apparently frightening. Now, the other question is this. The South African Police Service, what is the purpose of having CCTV footage if you're not going to monitor it 24 hours? And maybe SAPs need to come in. While I appreciate there's an investigation, but I think they need, particularly those that are responsible for securing the precinct, to be able to come and report as to why they did not ensure, even in the absence of protection service, that somebody was monitoring the CCTV all the time. Now, added to that, Chairperson, I have received reports that even contractors that have been on the parliamentary precinct that came to conduct some work, even their vehicles were broken into in the precinct. What does that tell you about the safety? Not forgetting that some, and I think one of the honorable members spoke about the perimeter fence on the other side, which appears to be a risk to our, even the staff and officials of Parliament, because they have been attacked, they have been advised previously. Now, the question that arises is we are now going to spend about, if the figures are correct, I was told 1 billion, I'm now hearing 7 billion, I'm hearing 5 years. I'm not sure what the long-term program or what mechanisms are being put in place so that it could be business as usual. Because remember, we're almost on the verge of doing away with the regulations in the national state of disaster. So it means it's got to get back to business as usual, no 50% or hybrid and things. So I would like to know, how are we going to do that? Added to that, I'd like to know now, some officers of political parties, like the NFP amongst others, have been totally gutted, damaged. There is no insurance. I hear that this insurance matter is coming pre-1994. Could we not understand that we are not pre-apartheid? We are after apartheid. There's a lot happening in the country. We've had protest action and alleged insurrection in July. There's attacks on the buildings all over the country, yet we do not consider it serious enough to provide added protection or insurance, particularly to the most important building in South Africa, and that is Parliament itself. So I must say that it's an indictment on the Department of Public Works and their capacity to be able to protect the interest of our infrastructure in the country. Chairperson, I'm concerned about Sona. I'm concerned about the security because we don't know at this stage what is the root cause. While there's a lot of discussion on cables and the risks and things, we don't know whether this is sabotage. It may be, it may not be. What additional security and guarantees there that members and guests that are going to be coming there are going to be protected? That's the other thing that I am actually concerned. And if Parliament can just tell us whether we're going to be compensated for that. I know the Speaker said that it's highly unlikely for all our office equipment and everything that belonged to political parties that were also damaged and destroyed in the fire that ensued. But the last question is, what are we going to do? Because based on the reports that we have and the previous report, it means that Parliament is a great risk. It appears to me that you might have to drop this entire building and start afresh if you want to deal with the issue of the problems and the risks attached to occupying these premises. I'll stop there. Oh yes, finally, Chairperson, can anybody confirm whether there's been any work done during the period that we were off, during the constituency period and the day Parliament went on recess now during the festive season? Because I'm hearing there are others saying there was nobody on the site. So we'd like to hear whether indeed there was really some work being done and whether that can be confirmed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson,
is it me, Chair? Yeah, just hold, member. I just want to read names. I just want to read names that are outstanding. It's Mashele. It's Mbokwana. It's Kaiso and Hadebe. All right, Mashele.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself and members of the committee. My name is Tim Mashele, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works in the National Assembly. Chair, I'll request that I switch off my video. As you can see, I'm under the tree in a village and cars are passing behind me. Connectivity is a problem. Chair, I'm not going to ask any question, Chair, but I'm just going to make a quick comment, a general comment, Chair. We are seated here, Chair, dealing with a serious matter of the burning down of a national key point. I'm worried, Chair, because we don't seem to understand that this is an issue of national importance. And I'm worried that those that are presiding over Parliament, the minister, decides not to be part of this meeting. And when the minister was requesting a leave of absence, you granted that. And one wonders that if we're dealing with such an important matter and the public has a keen interest to know what has happened, and those that are presiding over these institutions decide not to be here, and we must now engage with officials. And we want to have confidence that this is a serious discussion. Even if we can have resolutions, they will be implemented as something else. We have been disadvantaged. That is why even all the members, when they speak here, they can speak with authority from things that they have seen in the media and heard in the media. Even when they want to quote the Minister of Public Works or the Speaker, they'll quote them from what the media have said. Partly because even the documents that we must engage here, an important one is the BDO report that I only saw it this morning when I woke up and trying to peruse through it. You can see they have got proper recommendations, and one wonders why some of those recommendations were not brought forth. We are members of parliament and of constituencies, and those that are here with me in the village, they ask us difficult questions to say what happened. And one believes that when such meetings like this one happens, the next time I meet someone and the person asks me a question, I'll be able to respond. But I can tell Chair that it is going to be difficult because of how we run these meetings. Now, I want to plead with the chairs of our committees that if the portfolio committees do not do oversight and bite, this will just remain a talk show. We're not going to go anywhere, Chair. We'll just be here, sit for PR exercises, and it will end there. So hence I'm saying, Chair, I don't want to get into the details because of fear of me being all over. But I'm pleading with the chairs of the committees to assist us. It can be that okay, better probably one of the presiding officers, Bob Masondo, is here. But if we want Tina as members, we do oversight over the presiding officers, the ministers, the speakers, not these officials that were engaging here. And it can be that, Chair, when a national asset has been bent down, we allow Minister Delil to leave the meeting. Documents have been sent late, they come here, they present, and they leave. And we say that is fine. And some of us must sit here and ask those that do not account to ask questions. So, Chair, for that reason, I'll decide to submarine with that particular comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can the list continue? I'm not going to respond to Member Bashel. Can the list continue? Ntambangwana and Kaiso.
Oh, should I come in?
Honorable Chair, I already spoke earlier on. Thank you. That's Ntambangwana.
Oh, that's Lolita. That's fine. Comrade Kaiso.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to all on the virtual platform. Let me not go to the introductions. I've already been covered by different speakers. Honorable Chair, co-chairs, you see, Parliament is, we've got 400 members. That one would say they are part of being, first citizens. So if something such as this one, which has occurred, it means a very serious business that this committee is actually confronting with has to be undertaken. 400 members. So it indicates the seriousness of the business that we as this committee is supposed to, position ourselves in such a way that now, that confidence of the public remains there, as we have already said that now. The business of Parliament is going to and is supposed to continue as normal under these difficult circumstances. It is going to continue. But however, it does outline the serious task that we are confronted with as we have begun this meeting for the second time. So I just wanted to mention that first, the co-chairperson, to indicate the seriousness of the work that is confronting us. So let me come to this one from the parliament. I've heard when the acting secretary was making a presentation talking about the issue of PPS rotation and the takeover by SAPS during or immediately after the declaration of the state of the disaster as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. And my understanding is that, you know, pandemic, like any other illness or outbreak of, it is undemocratic. It is never democratic. So obviously, the issue of security will also remain because it will never democratize the issue of security. So there was something that happened called a rotation and takeover by SAPS. So where we are seated here, I think it's very important that we should have actually we should have been, you know, brought to line in terms of we're talking, but there are other people. SAPS is also involved in as far as, you know, doing some work there at the parliament. So during this process, and there was a rotation. So my question would be, before the rotation, the PPS, what were the PPS doing? Their overall responsibility, you know, before the takeover. Is there anything that says the PPS, this is what they were generally doing, 1, 2, 3, you know, in a step by step, in as far as all these issues have happened or before they happened? This is what they've been doing before the handover, because it's very much important. So it means there was a piece of work that the PPS were being allocated. Here's the issue that I've raised, I think during the first meeting, the issue of performance management, because we cannot just rely on, you know, the state security agency will be doing cover everything aspect in terms of this and that, and the court will resolve now. This is what, but I believe that because it's an organization, it has also established what is called a performance management system in that particular area, where there are particular people who are reporting somewhere with particular tasks assigned and agreed upon, contracted, and there are, it indicates where there's a violation and what is an expectation in terms of the steps, in terms of the performance management. So that area also needs to be outrightly outlined, you know, both the parliament and the Department of Public Works, because you won't wait for a court or for a Hawks to come and manage, do the performance management there. So that area must be clear. So I just wanted to know, because it does seem as if we make reference to police, and we should have actually find a way to then collaborate with that committee as well, you know, because I believe in as far as the discussion are going, there's a reference, you know, because the police were also brought in to do a particular work. So we should have been assisted also, as well by the committee as well to say, okay, this is what we can do or have seen or have experienced in as far as this committee is. I don't know at what point are we going to interact with that portfolio committee, but it does seem to be necessary, because we make reference on subs, but there is nowhere we're making reference, co-chair, on the issue of that portfolio committee. Perhaps I'll also be assisted to get that into my understanding. Now, there's yes, I also want to agree with my colleague. The issue of being, you know, the BDO report, you know, it came as an ambush. I want to agree with my colleague, honorable members who spoke before me, that perhaps there has to be a way that we get these reports. We must really get these reports so that we have an understanding, because they are very important findings that we need to go deep into those details. That's very, very much important. I also want to complicate this issue of occupational health and safety because it's very, very much important. And I want to also agree and believe that the issue of occupational health and safety it should also appear because they are also respondent on these issues in as far as their report is concerned, obvious. But I don't, when I listen to the presentation, there is no way that I have a sense that all the stakeholders are here. Because in each and every workplace, there are particular stakeholders. I want to make reference to the union, for instance. Because if you mention the same act as you have mentioned it, Act number 93 of Occupational Health and Safety, it also takes you to general administration rules, which also takes you to who are the major role players there in as far as that committee is concerned. So that is why I'm saying I'm complicating that question deliberately, because I don't hear any in this presentation mention is made of the union. Otherwise, there is a risk of other people talking from outside, and that poses a risk itself. So the better that now the act it is reflected in as far as it is concerned. And in as far as what I'm saying is the general administrative rules of the act itself. So it must be very clear. So if it is not, implementation is not, it doesn't take board all what is said in the general administrative rules, it is going to be the task of the parliament to make sure that that is happen immediately in future. Now, on the issue of audit report that has been given, both issues that reflect from the parliament and from that report of the BDO, I think there's one interesting matter that appears there. The risk action plan there. I think I've got a problem with that because it doesn't unpack all these factors that are being referred to. It's a report on its own, so that it can convince me that this is these were the factors and how were they put in terms of planning and being monitored over a certain period of a timeline. Because you can't just say it is ongoing when you're dealing with the risk. I want to believe so. So there should be some timelines where the risk factors have been identified and you put particular dates. This should have been attended, so that when we are having these reports, we're having a clear picture that all these attempts were made, but then timelines could not be made because of different reasons which are outlined here in terms of the report. But now, looking at the report, it just says here is a factor, completed, ongoing. For me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to enable me to then come up to a particular conclusion. So, I just wanted to raise and ask that particular clarity there. On forensic, I agree with my colleague. Definitely, we cannot ourselves as members declare ourselves as forensic team. No. We are doing oversight here as members of parliament. Let other institutions to do specific tasks as we have been coming on board with all these developments since the beginning of this. So members of the parliament have their duty to do oversight, and then the forensic investigation kicks in, and therefore we await those reports. Otherwise, we are going to be all over and be tempted to be drawn into other areas which actually need a particular agent to come in and as it is happening now. So I just wanted to be to conclude on those particular areas that I've mentioned. Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairs.
So thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think first of all, I'd like to greet the members of Parliament, the Executive Authority, the Deputy Minister, and the officials of the Department of Parliament. Really, what we, yes, ma'am.
Before you come in, I want you to be the last to speak on our side. There's a hand.
I'm not the last. I was after guys. Eh?
No, there's a hand of Wayne.
No, he has spoken. He has spoken.
Wayne has spoken.
Yeah, my apologies, Chair. I'll take it down.
Okay, sure. All right. Mr. Hadebe, you're the last one then.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. As I said, that I really appreciate the two reports, the reports which are coming from the Department of Public Works and those of which is coming from Parliament. I think that I agree with the Honorable Moimang that these reports have cleared a lot of air of what is happening out there in the social media space. I think that as the MPs were given an opportunity to deal with real issues, as I said last week, Chair, that we cannot deal with speculations. What is worrying is that we had a speculation that to fix the Parliament, we're going to need 1 billion rand. Now it is 7 billion rand. But the 10-member team, which is still going to assess the damage and then come up with a plan, has not even started its work. It has not put any report in front of us. So I think that for the sake of the people of South Africa, let us feed them the right information. We don't know whether to reconstruct the National Assembly is going to cost 1 billion or 7 billion. But the cost of 7 billion was the issue of the feasibility study, which was dealing with the relocation of Parliament from Cape Town to Pretoria, which is not the issue we're discussing here. In this meeting, we're not discussing the relocation of Parliament. We are discussing the issue of a heritage site which has been damaged. Irrespective of whatever tendency we want to have, what is very important about the law is that heritage site must be restored. That's what we must focus upon. I think that let's wait for the report of that 10-member team which is appointed by the Public Works. And then number two, Chair, really, I think that we'll have to support the notion that there must be a forensic audit. Why is it like that? Because you can see that on the side of the police, on the side of Parliament, on the side of the protection services, not only that, also on the side of crime detection or the intelligence, there must have been some sort of a mix-up here. There must have some sort of a mix-up. So an independent forensic team must be established so that the people cannot cover their faces. Instead, they must just establish the facts, what happened. And then after establishing the facts of what happened, then there must be consequences for that. Whoever dropped the ball must pay the price, because this is a disaster for the country. You cannot have a national keep-on like Parliament being affected like that, and then actually shown throughout the world that anyone can do anything he likes in this Parliament. So I think that for the sake of the prestige of our country, we must work as a team. What I really appreciate is what happened when the fire erupted on the 2nd, that the various political parties came together. They were all in support, not only political parties, also the civil society at large, to get upon that this thing which is happening in the country is wrong, and then we must work around the clock so that we fix that. So I think that as this team, which is here, these three committees which are here, we must ensure that the work is done timelessly so that the Parliament is restored to its former glory. I'll agree with Honorable Kaiso that our work is oversight. I'm happy that there are preparations which are underway, that the Sona is going to be held in the CLN to Cape Town land, City Hall. It's normal. We have what in this country is known as intergovernmental relations. So I think that it is the high time. But what we need to do is that before the State of the Nation address, these three oversight committees must go to Cape Town and inspect and ensure that that building where we will be is ready for occupation, so that all the safety measures are in place. We cannot get it through the report, in the form of the report, through the emails, whatever it might be. We, as an oversight committee, we must do our work. We must ensure that those things are there, so that when we go on site, as the mayor of Cape Town has promised us, has said in the media, that it is going to give the city hall, the city is going to give the city hall for free, so that if there's any cost involved, they must give us a breakdown. What is it? We know that the city hall are just the walls. There are installations which must be kept there. So I think that the Parliament and the Department of Public Works, when we go and inspect before Sona, they must be able to give us a breakdown that what is it, what they have done to that city hall, whether in the form of security upgrade, or in the form of sound equipment, or in the form of ICT. What is involved? What is it which is done? What is going to cost the Parliament for that, to do that job? I think that's part of our oversight in doing that. And then when coming to the report of the Public Works, I think it's embarrassing that a consultant, someone who has been appointed to provide a service to maintain the fire sprinklers, can give a misleading report. I'm looking at the report of last year, 2021 fire. It is clear that the maintenance is done annually. Good report. Now we get a report that no, that thing was wrong. He gave a wrong. So it means that what will the Department of Public Works do in order to ensure that that person pays for what he has done, he or she has done? Because we cannot have that. This issue of the contracts not being monitored is very important. I can just make an example. Honorable Sor said, I'm one of the longest serving members of Parliament here in these committees. You know, where I stayed in Labora Park since I came here. You know, in Labora Park, we had good lawns. Right now, it's a desert. It's a desert. It shows that those people who were appointed to do the job there, they didn't do the job. But the problem which we're having there is that who monitors that the contracts are implemented accordingly? Who monitors that? Because from the meeting of the 4th, it was said that the cars which are there to back up the CCTV cameras were damaged. They could not be obtained during that time. I think that one is a lapse of security of mega proportions. We cannot have a national key point having a situation whereby the ordinary CCTV cameras cannot work properly after they've seen the problem. So I think that one would be the issue of the monitoring. But I think that on that scale, the Department of Public Works must up its act. But in the process, we must not be blaming each other. What we must be doing here, we must work as a cohesive force to ensure that the normality is restored. So that normality can only be restored if the forensic audit, the forensic report is activated and it is acted upon. Also, I'll agree with those who say that we must meet also with the portfolio committee of police, because sometimes, you know, when there's a current case which is ongoing, we don't know as Public Works or as joint standing committee how we engage the police on that type of reports. But I think that we need a report from the side of the police, what happened. But the final, you must remember that all these reports which are here, they are basically interim reports. They are not final. So the forensic team, the forensic report is the one which is going to finalize that. But in the meantime, let's prevent. Let's ensure that Parliament is working. The Department of Public Works must ensure that the MPs will be decided upon to come down to Parliament, they have offices. I'm happy that 120 Street has been identified, the 7th floor up. So, but when that job is finished, just before the Sona, I think these 3 committees must go to Parliament, must go to Cape Town, go to the city of Cape Town, to the City Hall, go to the Good Hope Chamber. They must go to the 120 Plain Street of the office accommodation should be provided, so that it can be seen that it is proper. But in the meantime, everything must be done possible to ensure that there's safety in that area. On the last one, Chair, we have to appreciate the work done by the presiding officers, the department and parliament in actually regularly communicating the developments around parliament. I think that, but what is very important is that there must be some sort of coherence. We cannot have the city of Cape Town coming with his own report, publishing it, and then the other one. But I think that there must be some sort of a center which provide the info so that even the media can be assured that that information which is coming from that source is the one which is official. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Co-chair, is there an issue that you would want to raise before I can officially hand over to the department and the executive authorities to respond? Co-chair? Three, two, one. I pass. Okay. Yeah. Let me officially now invite the executive authorities, Ndate Masondo, maybe to first take a bite. And Mechawa will then support you. Oh, no. Let's do it the other way around. No, sorry, Ndate Masondo, you'll be the last to speak on this issue. Let me invite Public Works. I'm not sure if the minister is still in the platform. If not, the deputy minister will then lead, and then she will then decide who else is going to assist in terms of responding. Then after Ndate Masondo, you will come in and you will decide if Mayor will then maybe support you. We'll then do the final sum up and agree on the next date for the meeting and maybe a few recommendations that need to be implemented immediately. May I invite the deputy minister on the platform? Or the minister if she is still present. My apologies for that, Ndate Masondo. Public Works.
Thank you, honorable co-chairs, for the opportunity. Allow me to greet yourselves as well as the portfolio committee chairs and the select committee chair, as well as the chair of the NSOP, the honorable members and all officials present, the media. Let me greet everyone a good afternoon, and allow me to appreciate the discussions that have ensued following this devastation that we all as South Africans have had to endure in the last couple of days to a week. Chair, let me, I'm not going to be long. I just would want to just deal with this issue of insurance because it keeps coming up, and say it's a legal matter. It's within the regulations of the PFMA, and Parliament as an institution charged with the responsibility to enact laws. It is all of us, our responsibility to engage and review that piece of legislation to see if what it entails is still relevant for our country. But let us also understand that this is not only a South African issue. Countries across the world apply this rule, of course, based on the economies of scale. And therefore, as we engage in that discussion, let us not make it as if there has been wrongdoing on the part of the Department of Public Works, or let us stop making it as if we carry, as a department, we carry that burden it's a burden of all of us because it's a law. But the second point is that at times we as members, counting myself in as a member of parliament as well, we tend to, I don't want to say confuse the public, because that would be too harsh a statement, but out of our comments that are sometimes not properly or thoroughly researched, we go out to pronounce on matters that can create confusion in the country. I'm happy that some of the honorable members on the platform have picked up this issue of what it would cost the country, the kind of damage that has happened to Parliament, and the kind of message that we are currently giving out, or the confusion that I'm concerned about, that it's 1 billion, it's 7 billion, it's millions, it's that. Until such work that we agreed must be done of assessing the extent of damage. And once that has been done, it is not automatic that if this damage is said to be this, we will then simply build. We will weigh again our options. What is the best option for the country? Understanding, of course, that we are talking about a historical building that you really cannot attach rands and cents to it or to its importance. But there's also sentimental sentiment involved in this. But at a right time, with the adequate information, which is my point, we then must be able to engage with that report such that we take an informed decision. I thought that those two matters I must quickly deal with, the Honorable Chairperson, but there are a number of technical questions that have been asked. Allow me, Chair, to allow the acting DG and his team to cover those questions. And if at the end there are difficult ones for them, I will come back to deal with those. But I thought that as an initial response, let me just add my appreciation and support to the proposal from various members on the platform who are agitating for an independent forensic investigation, because that's the basis on which we can then take an informed decision. Thank you for the opportunity, and allow me to invite Acting Director General Mr. Faisal to, together with his team, deal with the technical questions, and if any, I will come at the tail end. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I want to emphasize that the inspections and certifications provided for Sona on an annual basis are not necessarily action as a result of Sona, but are done irrespective of whether Sona occurs or not. In fact, the information consolidated before Sona in the health and safety file is done with the purpose of obtaining approval from the fire chief in the city of Cape Town for the event to continue, considering the number of people that congregate for Sona. So that gives us comfort that up to 2021, we've had the necessary interventions in place, and our necessary certificates, they substantiate the view of the level of preparation of the department. So, Chairperson, we will respond in the same manner, but I'd like to ask my colleagues to come in with some of the specific questions that were asked, in particular with regard to the sprinkler system and the other fire systems. I also want to state, Chairperson, that on Friday, the 7th of January, and again on the Thursday, the 13th of January, we engaged the Hawks, who asked for our cooperation. We've provided all the information they require to download the necessary video information from the cameras, and also receive access to the building where it was possible, and also received a request that we should not disclose any information about the site and the damages, given that it constitutes a crime scene. So we are limited in that regard, and we would want to be hesitant in engaging in debate and stick with our presentation and maintain the level of preparation of the department insofar as the working condition of its fire systems is concerned. Chairperson, beyond that, I also want to say and emphasize that the BDO report that's been referred to, my colleagues will refer to it in more detail once again. We maintain that it is a project management, construction project management report, and the 3 observations made by the BDO team are precisely that. They are observations. They're not the inspections or an investigation of a fire chief, and we've dealt with those. But on that basis, Chairperson, I would also want to cooperate with the ongoing investigation and assure the members present that we are cooperating with the investigation being conducted by the Hawks, and we'd want to limit speculation and debate from our side and cooperate with that investigation. But I'd like to hand over to my colleagues, in particular Mr. Sazona, who's dealing with the business continuity, to explain the extent to which we are providing continuity for the business of Parliament. The Deputy Minister has dealt with the insurance, and then Tembeka and Batu will deal with any loose ends with regard to our state of preparation and the working condition of the fire systems, and the Deputy Minister and I will sweep up at the end. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with you, Mzandir.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Chair, I've got some network challenges for me to project my picture. On the issues of business continuity, honorable members, Public Works is working very closely with Parliament. Parliament is giving us specification, and as Department of Public Works, we go out and find accommodation. We have, in actual fact, together with Parliament, have a discussion on trying to create some space in the parliamentary villages in our halls, where Parliament can be able to put equipment and members can be able to congregate in the halls if there are certain plenary sessions instead of going to Parliament. In respect of offices, members, as I said, we are waiting for Parliament to conclude the analysis of their requirements, and Public Works thereafter will find the accommodation for members. 7th floor, as I said, also will be made available to the executive authority to use. We are still identifying if there is any other spaces around the 120 building or Parliament to use as well. Chair, I will also want to address questions asked by Honorable Graham Murray on the BDO report, specifically on finding 20 and 21. It is true, Chair, that the finding was based on the site visit at 90 plan, which identified 2 issues. One, that the exit door lock was broken, and 2, one fire extinguisher was not serviced. Chair, as a precautionary measure, as a measure to ensure that this is happening, it's not going to happen again. We are in the process of finalizing the FM contract, but currently, Chair, we have our own 10 contracts through our own facilities management contract that is doing the scheduled maintenance in the Parliament, reactive and proactive maintenance in the Parliament. In Parliament, the door has since been fixed, and also the fire extinguisher has been serviced. Chair, the report that BDO report is quite clear, especially on the fire extinguisher. As much as they said that we need to look broadly what is happening in the building, in the entire present, but the report acknowledged that they haven't found any of those that have not been serviced, fire extinguishers that have not been serviced. The reports that my colleague Tembeka Kolele has also talked about, that we have done annual maintenance, are also a testimony to that. Every year, Chair, as my colleague has alluded to the fact that the fire department is doing inspection before Sona on any gathering as the DGF, any gathering that is maximum people are gathering, the fire department, as a requirement, do the inspection of all in our facility in terms of the maintenance. And we have the reports to that effect. On the other finding, which was the ventilation, Chair, we have made it very clear that we have appointed, the fire engineer has provided us a brief, which we are using in order to appoint a fire consultant. At this stage, it's going to be the consultant, but the DG has alluded to the fact that we need to have our own internal fire engineer. So we are working on the structure because it was not part of our structure. We are working within the structure of that structure within our professional services team. We will be appointing a fire engineer within us. I need to bring as well, Chair, talking about the finding 20. One of the root causes that are identified by the BDO report, it says it's the legacy system. One of it is a legacy system in the building. Chair, we need to acknowledge that this is an old building. And Public Works is doing everything possible, as I've said in my presentation, when I alluded on the projects that we are doing. We are doing everything possible to ensure that this old building is compliant with the current SEND standards that we have to adhere to. We have started with the Bucks building. We are going on with other buildings. We went to the NCOP building. We were going to go to the old assembly. The 90 plane, Chair, we need to acknowledge, we are acknowledging in Public Works that the aircon system in that building is not appropriate. We have to change the entire aircon system, but we have requested the rural development to move out so that the 8th floor to the 14th floor in Parliament is occupied by Parliament. Sorry, 90 plane is occupied by Parliament. We'll do a total refurbishment of that entire building, including the changing of the HVAC system. But at this stage, it's a centralized kind of an aircon system. At this stage, it's so difficult, and it will be kind of money wasting for us to be working on floor by floor. If we can be able to have the entire building sooner, we can be able to deal with this matter once and for all. To Honorable Team, Tembeka will probably be touching on this matter, but to Honorable Team, on the issue of the electrical fault, that we are talking about things that we have fixed in the old assembly after the first fire. What we have done, we have registered a restoration project for that, for the fire that happened in March. At this stage, currently, what we have done, we have isolated that the electricity into that area, and that area has been condoned. It's not been used. So we have not yet fixed it, but it was in the process of us fixing it. Tembeka has alluded on her report. However, now that this building has been affected by another fire, it's going to be a different approach to be dealing with the old assembly. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much. Tembeka, you may come in.
Thank you very much, DG, and good afternoon, honorable members, once again. I'm just going to deal with questions.
My humble apologies for interrupting. Please turn on your video. Thank you.
My apologies, Chairperson. I'll deal with there's a question that was asked by Honorable Ndobongwane with regards to the sprinkler systems that were working before the incident. The March 2021 incident. Honorable members and Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the sprinkler system was working before the incident of March 16, 2021. In fact, our building was mostly damaged by the water that was coming from the sprinkler system. So we can't comment on the 2022 incident. 2021 incident, we can certainly confirm that the sprinkler systems were in working order. There was work that was carried out later, as I presented before, but the sprinkler systems were working. Then there's a question that was raised by Honorable, I will apologize with the name, Honorable Siwisa, with regards to the service providers that were not reachable over the December period. Chairperson, we can confirm that our service providers were on standby. The specific incident that occurred on the 21st of December, it was with regards to the general power outage that occurred in the CBD of Cape Town. The only issue that was there, it was because one of our the generator term contractor needed to refill the fuel that is in the precinct because the power outage was for almost 24 hours. The service providers were on site and they had dealt with their areas of responsibility. So on our side, we were on standby, or our service providers were on standby, and when a call is logged, they would attend to those calls. The only other item that I had reported in the previous meeting was a specific item that the service providers could not find for the camera system when we reported on the initial meeting. Then in terms of the question that was raised with regards to the electrical fault, I see that Mr. Sazona has addressed that. The issue of the sprinkler systems, whether the chains were on or off, it's a matter that we can't comment on at this point. And then with regards to the temporal roof repairs, I think Mr. Sazona has addressed that. The issue of the fire alarm, what we had confirmed in that when the general outage occurred in December, our systems were up and running. As part of the ongoing investigation, we cannot confirm further on what had transpired in terms of the fire alarm. But once the investigation has been concluded, we should be in a position to download information from our systems. Then in terms of the question that was raised with regards to the recommendations that were made by the City of Cape Town insofar as fire is concerned, I think it's also the same response that Mr. Sazona has indicated, that the restoration project was not yet in place, and we were only going to appoint a service provider to commence in March 2022. This was before the incident occurred. There's a question that was raised about the increasing of the fence and behind the building, and there was a question with regards to the role of SARA in approving the renovations. SARA, in fact, we had a meeting with them in fact, it was last week. SARA, they are partners to the department when it comes to the renovations of heritage assets of the department. Before any work commences, SARA would then review our designs. They would review our specifications. We would put in an application for a permit, and a permit would be issued for us to continue with the work. We do not work on a heritage building without the approval or the inspections by SARA. So SARA is an interested party in most of the projects that we execute of heritage nature. Then in terms of the frequency of maintenance and the sprinkler systems, I requested that this item that we can actually park it, because it's directly linked to the ongoing investigation for the incident that occurred on the 2nd of January. But in terms of the frequency of maintenance, I think we reported in the platform that we have a consultant that is running the FM, or that has been appointed to implement the FM contract on behalf of the department, and the previous service provider, which is AFMS, which is Arcas Facilities Management Solutions. We are in the process of going through our documents. Once a project has been completed, we then take all the final accounts and the documentation that's coming from that project and file it in our registry. So we are in the process of investigating exactly what had transpired with the 3-year servicing period and the information that is pertaining to that specific item. The department will report on that matter once all the information has been received, and we will institute consequence management, whoever the responsible party would be would be found from that review process that we are undergoing, like we reported on the presentation. We also cannot respond. There was a question from Honorable Moletsani. We won't be able to ventilate that question because it's directly linked to the investigation. There was also a question with regards to the estimate, and I think my colleagues have covered that the department has not yet estimated the value of the restoration or the rehabilitation project. And then in terms of, I think I'm just looking at my last few questions. The question about the consultants misleading the department, I think we have already alluded to that point. That's an action that we will have to take as the department. Once we have reviewed all the information that we have received, we can actually confirm with the members that this item is receiving the attention that it deserves. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Acting DG. I think I've dealt with my areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tembeka. Honorable Chairperson, I just want to confirm that we'll be appointing the professional experts before the close of business today to focus in 3 areas. The first thing is they will assess the safety of the areas affected by the fire to enable the SAPs to do their work. They will also assess the extent of the damages and come up with some sort of cost assessment. And then finally, we will assist Parliament to assess the safety of the remaining buildings that were not affected by the fire. So, Chairperson, I believe we've dealt with the questions. I'd like to hand back to my Deputy Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Acting DG, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My last points would be on the BDO report, the processing thereof. Maybe, Chair, just to ensure that we attend to this kind of to finality. The BDO report has now been circulated to the members of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works. But I think I need to emphasize the point. It was never a report to check on the safety of the Parliament, but it was a report to check on the reasons, what contributes to the delays, the overruns, which we all agree are a problem with respect to project management by the department. So we wanted the investigators to assist us to be able to take decisions. It was out of an agreement in a meeting between the Speaker of Parliament, the Chair of the NSOP, the Minister of Public Works, myself in attendance, to say this is a necessary step so that all parties, because at that time, you would get the department pointing fingers at Parliament from the official side, saying, when we are ready to implement, Parliament is then saying, no, you are making noise, we are busy here. And that causes the shifts. So we wanted a kind of lasting solution on how to do maintenance in a manner that does not affect negatively the work of Parliament, but also going deeper into what else contributes to these overruns. That really was the brief for the BDO report. And therefore, this narrative that finds itself in the public domain as if this report was hidden somewhere. This was more of an internal management report and a report that should assist the two bodies that work hand in glove, that is Parliament and the Department of Public Works, to find solution on project management, how to run our project in a manner that makes sure that we finish projects on time and Parliament is able to conduct its business on time. But also on budget when it comes to our projects. So I do want to just emphasize this point and therefore say that this was more of a management report between the two institutions. And it is unfortunate how probably then the process of disseminating that information unfolded. Because one party thought that the other has the responsibility and the other thought that the other has a responsibility. That's why I'm saying it is unfortunate, because the minister then shared that report with Parliament, and Parliament thought that there were changes also that took place in between. So for us, it was more of an administrative glitch, for which one would say, let us apologize to Parliament, let us apologize to this committee for that administrative glitch. But on the issues raised in the report itself, there's a plan that we had directed administration to work on, which responds to the issues raised in the PDO report. Costs for Sona, my understanding, there's a committee which also involves members of Parliament, which is involved in ensuring that the alternative venues are agreed upon, and the issues of cost. I don't foresee costs in this, because the chamber for the municipality is what they use anyway. If there would be any, then that committee would have to deal with those costs. And the issue of lack of leadership in the department, at times when there are people who believe that when they say the same thing repeatedly, it becomes a truth, even though at times it is not true. Because for me, the very step to go into taking the decision to get outside bodies to look internally for us to be kind of evaluated independently. For me, if that is not leadership, then I must still be schooled to say what is leadership. And therefore, leadership that is prepared to be transparent in its way of work, and leadership that is able to see that there's a problem here, but to go to the bottom of this problem, we must dive deeper in investigating the problem. If that is lack of leadership, I give up, Honorable Chair, but I do want to make this appeal that we have a huge responsibility as people entrusted with the leadership of the country, to take matters of the country seriously, and to take the work that we do, the responsibilities that we are entrusted with, to take them seriously. And would appeal to honorable members that at times politicking on these matters that affect the nation should be a no-no if we are to provide real solutions to the challenges facing our country and our people. Once again, let me thank the opportunity, Honorable Chair. I think I've covered now all the areas that would, because some of the issues raised by honorable members are not our purview to respond to. the issues of including subs and all that, those are the purview of the committee and of Parliament. Thanks for the opportunity provided to us to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Without any waste of time, can I invite the executive authorities and Tate Masondo, if you're still in the platform?
Chairperson, I think Chairperson Masondo had to leave. I was called by his office that he has to travel.
Okay, it's fine. You may take the platform, Acting Secretary to Parliament, Mechawa.
Thank you very much indeed for the questions and comments from various honorable members. I want to start from the question of training and also fire drills and confirm that Honorable Dango indicated that there has been some training and also evacuation training, and that's an area we will strengthen and of course include more members. I want to move to Honorable Ntombogwana about the desktop assessment. I would wish to say, when we do a risk identification, mitigation, the root cause of risks, it is a very elaborate process. We never take it for granted because each unit sits down, looked at an institutional strategic objective, they look at the operational objectives and make sure that they all agree what could be the root cause of a risk, what are the effective mitigation strategies if they work, and thereafter they grade them into high, low, medium, and some of those risks that can be tolerated. On a quarterly basis, that report goes to the audit committee, which is an independent audit committee that gives assurance to the executive authority that we do actually have a risk strategy. We do have a risk register. We are monitoring our risks. We're identifying the risks that I imagine. Similarly, this whole process of identifying risks that fall within OSHI were done exactly like that. It was never a desktop, because if we do that, we will be compromising our own roles as officials appointed and employed to work in Parliament. I also want to say, going from that side, that with respect to the unit, the OSHI unit, as I said in my presentation, we have 5 compliance officers. Their work is to make sure that this compliance committee operates and it's able to look at the policies that we developed around safety, and also to make sure that they get all representatives, because we have appointed SHE representative. I signed those letters. That committee has to work, honorable members. These officials who belong to the unit of SHE are supposed to be central in ensuring that we do not undermine any other risks that are brought about in the work environment. They have to make sure that the policies are operationalized and also drive the emergency committee that we're referring to, where we have now included the City of Cape Town as well as SAPS, because those things happened around 2021 September. So, and I think, Honorable Kaisa, you're correct. Once that happens, these things will have to sit in the balance scorecard, and you're talking to performance management. It has to sit in the balance scorecard, which is then put down, de-escalated, for lack of a better word, de-escalated to the different balance scorecards of each of those individuals. And then the managers manage them and actually assess performance, because they are key in ensuring that we strengthen OSHI in Parliament. Indeed, you spoke about other stakeholders. I agree with you. At the level of that working committee, at the level, all stakeholders must be included, including organized labor. That is at the level of the committee, which has got SHE reps, that are appointed by us. So that's what we should do. And in that way, this committee will then be able to activate and make sure that the terms of reference of all other subcommittees do work. How we report, from that level, they go onto the division report. The report goes into the branch report, which we always present on a quarterly basis to this committee. And we filled questions that relate to the legal and compliance risks. And we also filled questions on the strategic objectives, whether we've met those strategic objectives or not. That's how it should work. And if it isn't at that level, honorable members, and that's what we're going towards. On the matter of the parliamentary protection services, I want to say, in terms of the regulations issued by the Minister of Department of Labor, we made sure that we understand exactly what that directive said. That directive said we must identify compliance officers, COVID compliance officers, and we must make sure that we adhere to all COVID regulations. You will see that 24/7 of our colleagues from PPS happened all the years, all the time, until March 2020. And the circulars that are shared with the members, you will see that the change happened in 2020 March in making sure that we manage and mitigate the spread of COVID at that time, something we did not know. So we didn't just decide that we're going to change and move people around and stop them from working. We had a lot of infections, and SAPS had infections. Our colleagues had infections. And in terms of this directive, we had to look at the space, look at the rooms that they're occupying, that there's proper social distancing, that we protect them, that we put together nurses to test them all the time. As a result, in some of the cases, there's a time where most of our staff members were infected, and we had to put them off for them to quarantine. So it wasn't like we decided we were going to cut the numbers. And indeed, our colleagues also, during the compulsory period, we do have to be sensitive that officials of parliament do get leave. There had been an intensive support on the National Health Insurance Public Participation and amendment of the Children's Amendment Act. A lot of those activities do pull out our PPS to assist in those sites. December is a time where we allow colleagues to at least have the rest between the 26th of December and the 2nd of January, the 16th of December, 16th of December, and the 2nd or the first working day of January. It's been the practice. And as I was saying, there is, when we do that, we work with subs who assist us to ensure that when members come, they can access spaces that they'd like to access. Nobody would have known that this thing would happen during that time. And I do wish that I don't go into the space of investigations. Then comes the rotation. I've spoken about the rotation. I've spoken about the PPS issue. I've spoken about, yes, I agree, Honorable, I think it was Kenny Muimang. I agree that what we need to do is really reduce the scapegoating, ensure that we have regular meetings with our partners, and we do that. The Deputy Minister of Public Works has indicated we have a standing, it hasn't been activated this year, a standing meeting between DPW Ministry and the EA, a meeting that has to sit every quarter since after we realized the impact of the delays on a whole range of things that Honorable Minister Kibet has actually articulated quite nicely. And below that, we have activated that the head of administration, that is the Secretary to Parliament, and the DG of Public Works has to meet all the time to look at plans that we have. And in that manner, we'll be able to manage all things that such as maintenance and so on and so forth. Honorable members will actually even agree with me that once we started that coordinated work, we were able to field questions in the Chief Whips Forum, in the NCOP whippery, on the refurbishment. We were able to explain to you that the kitchen in the NCOP building, in the old assembly, actually the Queen's, was actually at risk because the slab was collapsing. We could tell you, we could offer you that information because we began to tighten our work properly along the projects that have to be used to firm up the maintenance of Parliament. I wish to say that my first point did also talk to Honorable Gwahube's question on the reduction of Parliament, and to say we did not reduct, we rotated in line with the conditions that existed there. And the 1st December, there was no issue. Of course, this December brought us a lot of trauma with the attack on Parliament. I think, Chairperson, I have covered most of the points, and I think those points are actually noted. If there's any, some of the points are really about how we improve our work and so on and so forth. But if not, I can be reminded if there's anything else that I've left out. Oh yes, I'm sorry, Chairperson. There is a question about implementation plan and the dates. I wish to say that our internal audit brings us the action plans based on what we as management commit to address. Our internal audit, yes, their operations are independent, but they are the eyes and the ears before the issue is escalated to the audit committee, before it's escalated to the AG, before it's escalated to the EA. Our internal audit, we have to submit once they identify the risks, the gaps, they then give us an action plan. We as management sit down to say how we're going to put to address those gaps, and also give us dates. We commit to dates and make sure that we actually report on a quarterly basis. Hence, we had the internal audit. It's not an external audit person who was presenting. It is an official of Parliament employed by Parliament to be the ears and the eyes of Parliament in terms of risk and in terms of internal controls that we have to maintain and those that we have to revisit. That's the work they do. Finally, there was a question about Sona. As presented at the joint meeting yesterday, Mr. Khan, at this point in time, we're sitting at 1.9 million. I do want to say that the City Hall itself is not, we're not renting it. What will be cost is going to be the infrastructure that we have to put there, all the services that we have to put, because City Hall is a virgin hall. We have to bring in all the necessary instruments that have to make Sona work. And that, like we say, and it's a matter of practice, honorable members, remember, we budget for Sona, but the actual expenditure depends on the quotations that we receive, and those quotations that we receive will reflect the work that has to be done. And then we come back to you and say, this is how much we spent on Sona. So currently, as what was presented at the Joint Programming Committee was 1.9 million plus, which is what we are budgeting for. And in the best possible manner, we would like to make sure that it is lesser, but or it is within the budget. But if it exceeds, we will come back and explain and motivate and give evidence of why it has exceeded this budget that we put aside. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I have covered most of the things, but my colleagues are here, some are on the platform. They can pick up any matter if I haven't covered most of the matters. Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, I think you muted. Chairperson, Honorable Mabe, over to you.
I think they have a problem of network. It's cutting them out. Hello?
Where's Honorable Mashangu?
Yep.
Chair, Ms. Mabe is being admitted again. Mr. Khadebe, I think she left the meeting for a second.
Okay, I'm also experiencing a network problem. My apologies, honorable members.
I'm back.
Okay. Acting Secretary has just finished her presentation. She wanted to check if there are any additions. Over to you.
Yes, are there any additions? Can you do that checking for us, Ma'am Jawa? Can you check for us?
I can see there isn't any additions from the Executive of Parliament. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. There was a sabotage on my side. My electricity just went off when I was just about to make my final closing remarks. Well, I think the first thing that we need to appreciate and really thank is that at least there's an assurance that Sona will continue as planned, and all other parliamentary programs and work, including committees, the work will continue. I think that's the first thing that we need to appreciate, and that also South Africans would want to get an assurance on. So oversight work will not stop in both houses, both the NA and the NCOP. Programming has had their first meeting. We are reliably informed during this week. So if programming has set, then it means that all systems are in place for committees to sit. Members, we want to thank you for your patience and understanding. Your comments, your questions, your inputs has really enriched the work and the investigations of both the Executive Authority and Public Works. And that we want to assure South Africans that will surely leave no stone unturned in making sure that we get deeper into really what happened, and that those reliable should face the might of the law. As things stand, we are also informed that nobody is allowed to enter the Parliament precinct. The area is still declared a crime scene. Only the police and the forensics are the ones who are allowed to enter the presence, and they're still busy with investigations. In the next meetings, we'll then find a way of inviting the Cape Town Fire Department to present their report, but we also have to know that and understand that their report does not purport to provide conclusive findings. So there's still some work that still needs to be done on that to come to a conclusion of what their findings were. The police also, they've been identified as key role players on this matter. We'll make sure that we also invite them in the next meeting. There's a proposal for an independent forensic audit that has been welcomed. I think even the DM on her remarks, she did welcome the proposal for a forensic audit. There's also a proposal for a site visit before the sitting of Sona to check the state of readiness. We will then deal with the logistics and identify a team that will then have to fly down to Cape Town to assure members of the public and members of parliament that Sona will be hosted and that there won't be any challenges. Members, yes, we agree the BDO report was only sent late last night and it was circulated last night. Most members did not have an opportunity to go through it. Therefore, we will then make provision in the next meeting also for the department to formally present it, and then members can then reflect on it. I think finally today, the insurance issue, it has been responded to. Even Honorable Dango, who was a member then, he did indicate to us or explain to us how did they come to a conclusion or to a decision that government buildings will not be covered by any insurance. Issues related to the fire hydrant, the sprinklers, and any fire-related equipment, we agree that the investigations are still continuing and that we will not interfere nor speculate on what the investigations are busy with, but then we'll wait for final reports and the investigations will then guide us on that.
Members, this is just the preliminary reports, and to arrive to any conclusions using preliminary reports will be very dangerous for us. So let us just continue to be patient. But as we are patient, we'll continue to conduct oversight. On both public works, we are inviting the police, we are inviting a report by the Cape Town Fire Department in our next meeting, which will be again in the next 7 days. If there are any other issues that members feel that they were not responded to adequately, they can then forward their questions to Cindy, our committee secretary, so that the department or the executive authorities can then work on those questions and respond as we continue to conduct oversight. Until next week, Friday, unless there is something that can really stop us from having this meeting again, it will be important that we meet again so that we keep members of the public updated on progress after every 7 days. On that note, members, I want to thank you for your time. And we are not here for listening to people who are paying lip service. As Member Machel has said, I also do not want him to undermine our work and the work that has been done so far to say that it is just lip service. We have to investigate in order for us to be able to hold individuals accountable. On that note, members, I want to thank you very much. The meeting is officially closed. Let us go and enjoy our weekend. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, it's Cindy. I'm so sorry to take you back. Metiawa would like to clarify just quickly which buildings exactly are still off limits, because it's not the entire precinct.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe Mem Chawa do that. Then after that, the meeting will be officially closed. I've noticed that other members have left the platform already. It's fine. That can be clarified in the next week.
And Chairperson, we can say it. It's only the
Thank
you.
Mem Chawa, you can continue, ma.
Ma'am, I was just saying so that members don't think they can't access their offices in Max Building and 90 Plain. The areas that are cordoned off is the National Assembly and the NCOP. Of course, the old assembly. That's all. But the rest of the part of the precinct is accessible. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you very much. Members,
Thank
enjoy
you,
your
Chair.
weekend.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Amanda,
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Record.